Good morning, Ronan. Good morning, Armando.
Good morning, Jose de Melo.
Where's everyone this morning?
I don't know, but Armando left note that he'd be gone for a couple of hours.
Good morning, Ronan.
Good
Yeah,
morning, Armando.
I thought I'd say good morning to you guys.
Well,
Um,
I'm here, but he, like I said, he left note that he'd be gone for a couple of hours.
yeah, I noticed that. I'm getting started on my day. I'll be back later. I'll see you guys then. Have a good day, Ronan and Armando and everyone else.
You too, Jose de Melo.
Bye for now.
Ronan. Ronan. Hey there, Ronan.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Ronan.
Hey, Don Corner.
Yeah, Ronin is a Japanese thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. It has to do with samurais or something, right?
It's a masterless samurai.
Yeah. Nice. Let me get some people over here so we can. Did you enjoy talking to Bulldog earlier?
Yes, very much. It was a surprise that he knew well, that country hillbilly so much more than I did because it was only my second impression of him the last time I spoke to him. So it kind of added up to what I was imagining, but I didn't have any like independent verification. And well, I guess I guess we'll know how to approach him next time.
Yeah, basically make him answer the questions that you pose to him. Don't let him skate around them.
Yes, but he seems very aggressive.
He seems very delusional too.
Oh yeah, yeah, but it's like Bulldog 101 and I were chatting. Uh, he seems so fixed in what he's doing. If he ever realized that, well, accepted the fact that he was wrong, right? It would lower his status in his personal, social, and professional groups.
Yeah, yeah. I never really bought the whole religion thing. When I was a kid, uh, I had the option to go to catechism classes, or I was kind of forced to. And then when I was probably about, I don't know, 8 years old, I said, "No, nah, I'm not going anymore." And that was that. I didn't go anymore.
Well, myself, at about 13 years of age, well, I had questions. I was, forced to go. Well, I wasn't forced to go. I was told to go to church and all. And then about 13 years of age, I read it for myself. And well, I had to look up a lot of words. I mean, young kid and all, don't know much better, but I kind of decided it wasn't for me. I did know the word atheist right at the time, but that's what I became. So yeah, I went from there. Now it comes to me being over 60 years of age and chatting about this stuff, But okay, that I mean, it's fine. I'll hear them out. But it's surprising that they don't know their history as well as they should.
I don't think I even really knew much about the term atheist at all until I was probably almost 16 years old. Like it was never, because I'm from a time when Hitchens was not like a mainstay. It took a while for him to really break through. And atheists in general, I mean, they really weren't on TV back in the 80s and 90s, except for Gore Vidal. Gore Vidal is probably the only exception to that.
Oh no, in the 80s and 90s, I was a business professional, and I never thought of it. I mean, I just went to work, did the job, supporting wife and family, and so it never even occurred to me because I was just so focused on my profession.
I had a similar problem. I was focused on, going to university, getting scholarships, whatever, doing all the stuff you do as a kid to focus on this or that. And yeah, I was the same way. I mean, I was, dude, I was reading a lot though. I read a lot of books as a kid, but my local library had, there might have been some books on atheism, but I wasn't aware of them. It was pretty, it was just your typical public library where it focused on popular books. And if an atheist had written a popular book in the 80s or 90s, I would have probably read it, but it wasn't in the circulation, of our local library. So I wasn't exposed to it.
Yeah, well, I get what you mean. Myself, I'd always had I guess, a hobby. Every year, I would subscribe to different magazines: aviation, yachting, sailing, architecture. So that's what I would read, something different every year. And, basically that's how I got a lot of background and a lot of things, and plus working and family and all that stuff. So I never really had time to think about that stuff. But then it was like a big surprise to come online. I only started chatting about a month ago, month and a half at most. But it was this flat Earth thing. It was like, what? But okay, that's what you say. We'll chat with you. But then I found out that if you take off that layer, they're all, basically theists, Christians. And well, okay, I'll chat with them. I'll chat with anybody. But yeah, after hearing them out and asking a couple of questions, I kind of get the idea, but it doesn't change me being polite with them, because if I become just as hostile, I'm no better than they are.
Well, everyone needs to shut that conversation down, and you simply need to shut it down by stating this very simply. I appreciate what you think to be reality. Or hold on, no, you don't even say that. You say your version of reality is simply wrong, and it's wrong simply because everything you provided is anecdotal, and you have no evidence to back it up. And then just move on. Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't want to do that because they seem to conflate the idea of reality and their imagination. And I have made it a point to tell them, look, your faith is an emotion. That's what you're thinking. That's what you want to believe, something in your mind, but it has nothing to do with reality. And then they, some of them get upset. Some of them, basically change the subject. Well, most of them change the subject. But, and I told them, if you can keep those two things separate, that's fine. It's like I had said to someone, if a man comes up to me and says, I believe in God, I said, oh, okay, that's your emotion. And based on their beliefs, I could get, as their book says, okay, I can judge them on their fruits, what they do and say, right? But if they say God is real, then I have to say, well, you'll have to provide evidence for that.
Yeah, and it's funny. Hey, Lindsay, how you doing? Yeah, Ronan, this is Lindsay.
Hello, Lindsay Lou.
How do you do? It's Lindsay Lou.
I'm well. Thank you.
But you kind of identified the problem, Ronan. The problem is lots of people are just working one or two jobs, whatever it is, and they're just focused on their menial day-to-day jobs. And I have to say that I've only had the luxury of really exploring stuff like this because I haven't had to work as much as a normal person would, due to economic circumstances and what have you, this and that. Especially when the economy was all in the dumps back in from 2008 to like 2013. A lot of people were laid off, this and that, downsizing, etc. I was one of those victims as well of that, and it was more beneficial to me than anything. I kind of wish I would have done more though. I should have moved to Europe during that time while I was receiving unemployment for almost 2.5 years. But I didn't do it. That's one of my biggest regrets because that definitely would have helped my worldview as well.
Well, that would have been great, but as things go, here we are. So.
Yeah, the unemployment thing was a good program though. I mean, it did help a lot of people get retraining and all this. I mean, people were like, "Oh, Obama's giving out welfare." It's not welfare. Your tax dollars paid for it. People don't understand this crap. They're so stupid.
It's propaganda.
It's the same propaganda that makes the guy who said grabbed her by the pussy a contender right now in this presidential race. Like if that had ever happened with like Ronald Reagan or anybody else, they would have been done for, toast. Only in 2016 can a complete moron like Donald Trump get away with saying that what he was recorded saying he didn't say. Like how does that happen? It's so incredibly oxymoronic.
Well put. Well put.
Yeah, I mean, how many times in the history of political scandals has somebody had a recording of them actually stating what they stated to a T, and then the person denies that they even stated it, and that whatever was stated was not what was stated, and then people believe them. I mean, it is so beyond explanation.
Yeah, I've seen like, well, I don't tune in often, but Fox News, right? They had women in there and say, well, women say the same things. Well, okay, the women may say the same things, but the whole idea is that we expect our so-called leaders or potential leaders, in Trump's case, to be of a different mindset, a little more so-called civil versus barbarians like me. But I mean, that's just the way that goes.
As a woman who likes women, I have never said to another woman, I'm going to grab your pussy. And I don't particularly do that because
Well, yeah,
respect.
but it's like what you, Lindsay Lou, myself, for example. I don't think that. It's like I never thought that. Right? I've had so-called co-workers, early on in my career where, yeah, they were, I mean, yeah, they were gross and stuff like that, but I never thought of it that way for myself. But like I was telling Down Corner, it's like I don't expect that of our leaders, or people who are higher up on the so-called pyramid.
Yeah, I mean, lots of presidents have said like some pretty crazy stuff, I guess. But um, the reality is when it comes to women though, and how they should be viewed, and like what he said is basically personifying women as sexual objects. Okay, that's the problem with it. So it's more than just President Bush or whoever in some blooper saying, oh, fuck this or whatever. It was directed specifically at a gender, at a group of people, and that's kind of rare overall. Not many presidents have been recorded, specifically saying something racist or whatever against specific groups of people. So yeah, he's definitely fucked up big time by doing that. But then he hasn't fucked up because nobody cares. Like these morons are still going to vote for him. And the biggest problem is not just what he said. It's a fact that his party stands for family values. Like if their platform is not family values, and who cares what he fucking says? But their platform is family values, and he's saying this shit. I see a problem with that.
Yeah, like a lot of politicians. I don't remember the name specifically, but they're Republicans. Like force their. This is the odd part, right? They forced their mistresses to get an abortion, but they ran on family values to get into office. That's hypocritical. I mean, it's just, well, unacceptable. But that's the group, and they get voted in apparently because there's a percentage, over 40%, that support Trump, for example, and obviously they're of that same or identical mindset, misogynist.
Yeah, Russ, who you voting for?
Well, it makes all difference in Britain, doesn't it? I hope Bush wins.
You gonna vote for Gimmick?
Yeah, Gimmick for the president.
I bet his speeches would be amazing.
Yeah, and everybody would save a fucking fortune because America would just be full of fucking great big supermarkets selling everything for £1.
Welcome, Russ. Ronan, this is Russ. He's a Brit, as you can tell, and yeah, he better eat his meat or he won't get any pudding.
Okay. Hi, Russ McGarry.
Hi, Ronan.
Yeah, Russ, did you talk to Rob yesterday when Rob was on here?
No, I listened in a bit. Who was he arguing with? Was it talking to Phantom? Fuck off with that. Phantom.
Yeah, Rob was talking to Phantom, and then Rob and Christian Hillbilly were arguing.
I missed that one.
Yeah, I can't stand that Christian Hillbilly cunt, though. Go ahead.
Him arguing with Rob Beasley.
Christian Hillbilly and Rob Beasley had a little debate.
What?
Well, religion, of course.
Oh, of course. Religion, the overrated topic.
I don't think it's overrated. Religion is the one idea more than any other idea that I can fathom through history that has caused more deaths as a result of and changed the lives of people economically and scientifically. I mean, it's hindered so many things more than any other single ideology.
Yeah, that's true. Just imagine what the world would be like if we didn't go through the Dark Ages.
I can understand why religion developed in those days and earlier. Men, well, they hadn't discovered science, so they needed something to explain the unknown. So basically, the power structure decided to create some kind of idea that entitled them and empowered, their actions over others and justified whatever horrific acts throughout history. But the history moves on, and nowadays it's like, well, science is around. It's like with the flat earthers, they still claim the Earth is flat. Yes, yet I've told them, yeah, you can find a live International Space Station feed that shows the globe, and it's live. And if you can prove that wrong, you'll make billions.
Yeah, Russ. Russ is good.
Oh man, fucking hell! Not even getting into it, Dobbs.
Come on, Russ. Tell him what you know. Tell him what you know about the space station. Let's hear it, Russ.
The PlayStation.
The space.
Exactly. National Space Station is graphics on a PlayStation 2 or an old Xbox 360. It's just a lot of fucking bollocks. Look at it. Have a look at it and tell me that's real. Because it isn't fucking real. It's just program. That's all. The world is
It's a program,
level.
you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, are you saying it's like a computer generated program, or?
Yeah, just like any game on a PlayStation or on an Xbox or on Microsoft or whatever. That's all it is.
It's like showing real time weather, for example, and it does point out hurricanes in real time. But it's like I told anyone who doesn't believe it, if you can prove it wrong, you'll make billions of dollars. Other than that, we're just chatting about the differences in opinion. But if you can prove it wrong, with evidence, prove that it's not a so-called program, you'll make billions, and to include a Nobel Prize and $1 million. How about that?
Yeah, possibly.
Would that interest you, Russ? Becoming a billionaire overnight to prove the space station wrong?
The space station is wrong.
Well, like I said, you can make billions. You or anyone. I've told many men, if you could just prove it wrong, you'll make billions of dollars. Who wouldn't want that? Plus all the fame, plus a Nobel Prize and another $1 million. Why not?
I have enough money
I mean, I wouldn't mind paying the taxes on that. I can keep the difference and live a very long time, very, very rich. Do you have that evidence that it is a program?
If you actually, if you could screen share it right now, the International Space Station live, and we can look at it all together, I'd like your opinion then.
Well,
Your own looking at it.
well,
I mean, I think.
well, no, I'm new to computers, and I'm sure you could find it on YouTube and screen share it, but it is live. But like I said, never mind the debates. If it comes down to it, go collect your money. Prove it wrong. I encourage you because I can't prove it wrong. I accept it as real. I know it's real, but that's another point altogether. We're just chatting now, and you could silence me immediately. Were you to
Rowan,
prove it?
it's real because you've seen a computer generated program, or because you went to school and there was a globe on the teacher's desk. Man, how do you know it's real?
Well, I accept the fact that I've studied enough science. And I understand science. I'm not a scientist per se, but I was curious about it as a youth, studied it throughout my life, and there is proof that, well, something launched, things up into the sky, and they're orbiting our Earth right now. But like I said, if you could prove it wrong, if you could prove it wrong, you'd make billions. How could
It's
that
like
not interest you? How could that not interest you?
Would it interest me? Why would it interest me to fucking win millions of fucking dollars and get recognised or something? That is just not me whatsoever, mate. I do not give a flying fuck. As long as I've got enough to be fucking comfortable on.
Well,
you're anything else.
Well, you're recognized now. You're on camera. You're on camera. You're recognized now. Why not be recognized as an incredibly wealthy man who proved that this?
I am wealthy.
Station was
I am an incredible wealthy man.
Oh, please! Are you being evasive? Are you being evasive?
No.
Well, why?
No. I'm just telling you.
Prove it.
I am a very fortunate, rich man.
Well, put it this way. Put it this way. You could make all that money and help hundreds of thousands, even millions of people. Why not do that and be recognized for that and get a second Nobel Prize in humanities? Another $1 million that you could invest.
For one, I'd most probably need fucking $10 million to actually try and even prove it in the first place. But one thing I am pretty damn sure on is that my feet are firmly on a fucking movable object. It isn't moving, spinning around fucking the sun. I'm not hurtling through space at billions of fucking millions of miles an hour, going into different fucking scientific fucking big words. I'm not doing it. Nothing's moving. There's a tin. Nice tin, that on.
Well, no. If you believe. What's that? What your flat? Is that your flat Earth model?
It's 10 away.
Okay, so
you, my feet are firmly on the ground. It's moving.
Well, no.
Hold on. If you can prove to me that we are moving, then why don't you fucking claim all these billions of dollars and go for a Nobel Prize?
Because I know that the International Space Station is real. The camera is live. There's no way I'm going to refute that because I actually accept the fact that science has proven the Earth is round.
Okay then. All right. Did anybody land on the moon? Ever fucking to the moon?
About the moon? We can see you can see the lunar lander. You know, it can be seen, but it has to be in orbital space, and they use a high magnification camera, and you can actually see the lunar lander on the moon. It is there. Well, no, it's there.
Show
It
me a
can't-
picture of it.
Well, like I said, please prove me wrong, and you'll make billions of dollars.
Yeah, I could stand up on one leg for most probably a fucking minute, and I ain't gonna fall over. Plus, to make out that we cannot feel moving 1,000 miles an hour from a westerly, easterly direction while hurtling through space.
It's
over
called
100,000 miles.
it's called
You'd feel
proximity.
it.
It's called proximity.
It's
You're
not called-
standing on the earth
Oh.
and moving with the earth.
Feel it.
You don't feel it. You can only feel acceleration if you move from it. That's the science part of it.
Well, I'll tell you what. You drive to the store, get a bottle of milk, a great big bottle of milk, take the top of it and put it in the fucking footwell of the passenger seat and drive home. And let's see if it falls over. And let's see if your car stinks of sour milk tomorrow, because it will do. You'll not be able to go around one corner, one roundabout, do a left turn, do a right turn. You won't even be able to brake or accelerate because it will fall over and fill your footwell with milk.
Well, please, it must be your own. I just used the word calculus, but it must be your own calculus. But you have to present your formula in order to disprove what has been proven scientifically.
It hasn't been proven scientifically.
Well,
Fucking
that's why
theory.
that's
Fucking
why
agreeing.
science works.
Actually agreeing that, we'll go with this theory. It's just a fucking theory. There's no one been on the moon. There is no International Space Station. Or if it is, it's a pathetic fucking, it's the worst diabolical fucking bit of program I've ever seen in my life, trying to fucking convince fucking people like me. Well, they are convincing people like you that is the International Space Station. That is why do everything that breaks on the International Space Station happens to be on the outside of it. A $10,000 car or a fucking $20,000 car has nothing on the outside of it but fucking bumpers and windscreen wing mirrors. Everything else that has to be fixed, that you have to get inside the fucker. Why is there nothing has to be fixed inside this so-called International Space Station? Yeah, we have to fucking connect ourselves with ropes and do this. Oh, it's brilliant, this, and there's a spanner floating through space. Biggest load of fucking shit in my life, mate. And there's no way whatsoever you can prove. You can go on Google Images and have a look at the moon landings, have a look at the men on the moon, and it looks about the size of about maybe 4 football pitches. No bigger. How that fucking thing could drive around and not it's into it. It's ridiculous. I can go on my backfields now, or just is that way. I can go over that and I can see for fucking miles. Just have a look at the men on the moon, and it looks about the size of about maybe 4 football pitches. No bigger. How that fucking thing could drive around and not it's into it. It's ridiculous. I can go on my backfields now, or just is that way. I can go over that and I can see for fucking miles. It's one little tiny little bit of so-called moon rock that we're driving around on.
Well, it was all developed. It was all developed from theories.
There's nothing factual about a theory. Nothing at all. It's just some people agree with theories, some people don't.
Well,
Nothing else.
Okay, Russ. Just hear me out for a moment. I can prove the theories of quantum mechanics, electromagnetism, and physics. One of many, many theories, by asking if you are using a computer.
Yeah, but
those theories were the basis. Those 3 of many theories were the basis that enabled you and I to be chatting right now. Quantum mechanics, electromagnetism, and physics. 3 of many, many theories.
The before anybody had come out with them three big words,
Well, no,
right?
but
With
see, I'm using
communicate.
I'm using the word theory in scientific context, and I have proven to you just now that those theories
You haven't proved
developing computers whereby I can chat with you right now, wherever you're located and wherever I'm located. It was based on theories, scientific theories. You cannot deny that because you are using a computer. That's right. That's right. After this, all we're gonna do is just be chatting along, and I'll start talking. I can start talking nonsense.
But
But
you
I
are
can-
talking nonsense, really.
No, but I can prove those. I have proven just
You
now.
can't
those-
prove it to me.
At least those three theories, and those three theories also apply to making the space station and having a man walk on the moon. That's evidence because you are using a computer. I can see you. This is not a nightmare. Okay, this is not a nightmare because you're okay looking man, but I'd rather look at a woman. See, you
Listen,
understand. See, you started laughing. That means you understand exactly what my point
no,
is. You cannot deny it
everything
anymore.
is
I mean, you can continue. You're most welcome to continue. You are most welcome to continue. But I have proven theory to you. You are using a computer.
theory of computer, look, it's solid. Do you know what I mean? It's something that works. It's not a theory, it's a fact. You're talking
theory. It's a theory. It's based on theory. Scientific theories is what developed the computer that enabled you to be chatting with me right now via a computer. Okay, you cannot deny it. That's right. You can keep laughing. I know it's not because you just got high, because you realize the point, and you can continue. You can continue, or else be ostracized by your group because you suddenly realize Ronan Kanushi is right. Yeah. You keep waving at the camera, but it doesn't change the fact that what you are using is based on theories to communicate with me. No. Yeah, wag your finger. It looks lovely. It's not getting anywhere, Russ McCary.
Right, I'm talking.
Getting anywhere. But you don't have to admit it, but you know. I know. You know. We know. All know. I have proven it to you.
No, you haven't proven anything to me.
You can deny it all you want. You can tell you what, get rid of your computer and it won't change the fact. Okay? It will not change the fact, Russ. That's it. It will not change the fact that you're using a mechanism that was developed on numerous theories that enables me to look at you on camera right now via a computer.
Except that you have absolutely proved that, a theory is something that me and you are using. No, a bit like maybe Henry Ford had a theory, I'm going to make a motor car and everybody.
That's why you
great.
Well, that's fine. That's fine because people know what you've been saying about a flat Earth or theories are not there. Well, that gets thrown out, but no one else look at me.
That we're talking
to me.
It's an idea. It was an idea more than a theory, right? But I'll accept that. But what we're on about, the subject we're on about now is, did people land on the moon? And is there an international space station beaming live to Earth? No. Even though NASA says it fucking isn't, they can't do it. Even though NASA have actually come out and said that, everything is photoshopped. You know what I mean? No, they aren't. They're not proven theories.
What enabled the International Space Station to be in the sky, it was based on theory, scientific theory. And you laughed, Russ.
Oh, you cannot prove it to me, sir.
I mean,
you cannot prove to me that we're not communicating through somebody's idea. Please try and convince me that there is an international space station, or better still, that men have fucking gone around the fucking moon. Drove around it, bounced around it, fucking.
Man has gone to the moon.
Say
And
this.
returned. We have evidence.
Yeah,
We
I'll
use
tell you how much evidence you got. Neil Armstrong.
theory to get
Neil
there,
Armstrong
and we
got
use
these
theory to get
lumps of
back.
rock. Didn't go
Well,
there, and they didn't.
you'll do fine. You'll do fine when you join a flat Earth conversation, and they're all agreeing with you just because they want to agree with you, but that's not the fact. The the fact is I've proven theories to you, and you can go over there and deny that, like they're gonna deny it, but then you're gonna think, "Am I using a computer?" That proves the
Using a-
theory.
Can you not hear what I've said to you, Ryan? I've said, yeah, great, I accept that. Someone came up with an idea of building a World Wide Web. Great, I'm on it. Henry Ford thought of building a fucking car. I've drove one. In fact, I've got a Ford, right? You've got fucking people like the Wright brothers who said we can fucking fly. There were ideas. There were ideas. Theories is when different ideas get put in a basket. And we all put them out and we all debate on it. And that is definitely it. What I'm saying to you now is you prove to me the International Space Station, you prove to me, or Dan's can put up, that that's real. Anybody who looks at it is looking through fucking rose-tinted glasses if they think that it's for real. And that fucking stupid ball that it's so-called going around, doesn't hold any water.
We are going around it. We are a globe.
Communication does. Because it's here now, we can use it. You're on about something that they tried to pump out in the fucking 60s and 70s to make out that this is what's happening. It's the biggest load of fucking crap ever. No man has been on the fucking moon.
Yes, man has been on the moon. Like I said, you can see the lunar lander. There are photographs that have been taken.
You can see a picture.
Outer space, because in atmosphere we can't see it. But
show
in
you a picture of
cameras,
there's the moon and there's the landing. No, there is not.
We'll put it this way: it doesn't matter how fast you run. I will catch you.
No,
I will catch you.
Ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous. It's a
First of all, I wouldn't run.
Proven based
I wouldn't
on
run.
theory, science.
I don't run.
Theory. Oh yes, you can say whatever you like.
Oh,
In the next chat you go to, you can ignore the facts I just shared with you, and they'll like you. They accept you because you agree with them. But it does not mean you are right. Come on.
I'm not saying I'm right.
Come on. It does not mean you are right. It does not mean you are right. You know better now. I know, you know, we know, all know. But that's fine. That's fine. You know, the idea is I'm not telling you you're wrong. I am saying prove science wrong, and you will be a multi-billionaire. Yeah,
so you can't prove it.
I see you.
You've got people like you.
I see you. I see you. Yeah.
You can't even say.
Well, you can keep going. You can keep going. You can keep talking.
A nice, clear, sunny day, and put some of these tests to your own theories, to your own senses. You know what I mean? That's one thing we can all agree that we've all got. We've got human senses: sight, feeling, touch, hearing. Do you know what I mean? Taste. We've all got these human senses which are in everybody's DNA. So why don't we use them instead of going, wow, look at it, look at this fucking, that's the International Space Station.
Well,
that's the Earth underneath.
We share information. As higher order thinking species, we can share information.
What?
We can build upon what we've discovered. Then we make theories about it, and other people can build on those theories. Again, like you and I are communicating via a computer.
That a man has been on the moon is like believing there is a man in the moon.
No, there is no man on the moon. There is no, well, put it this way, the crater structure makes it look kind of like a man on the moon.
No,
But
not at all.
really a man on the moon.
Or
Yeah.
in the moon.
I mean, we have lunar lander there. That's what we left there, and we move on to other scientific discoveries.
What like putting a rover on Mars?
Well, yes,
Fucking brilliant. Yes.
they've sent the rover has sent pictures back,
And they've
And-
actually proved that them fucking
and there
pictures
is
are
water
not
on Mars. At the
But
poles, there's ice.
photographs that have come back from Mars and somewhere in the Arizona desert with a little bit of Photoshop.
Well, you can say that.
Excellent.
You can say
Tell you
that,
what,
but you already agreed that theory does work in science.
Watching magicians, don't you, Rowan? I actually spent
why would they make that up?
watching magicians.
Why would they make that up?
No. Why would they not? They make an awful lot of other things up, don't they?
Well, now you're talking politics. We're not. We were talking science.
Listen, I wouldn't talk politics. I know fuck all about politics. Politicians are fucking. I've never met a good one yet. I've never read of a good one in history. Themselves. That's the way that the fucking cookie crumbles. They're in the big fucking house and we're in the little ones. Always has been, always will be. Fucking Hillary. What difference is it going to fucking make? Certainly not voting for them because
Well,
in
yeah.
this country. Oh yeah, well, that's just fucking great. Listen, I think anybody should be able to go where the fuck they want to go. I don't think that anybody should, with a uniform on, or who wants to see your passport, or some cunt with a gun pointing at your head going papers. I don't think that's the way that world's designed to be. You know what I mean? I just think it's the total opposite of what it should be. People telling me what to do, but there's sometimes I've got to fucking do what I'm told. You know what I mean? And I've got no choice in the matter.
Well, yes, you do, because if a person says don't do drugs and you're smoking, it could be nicotine or marijuana. I don't know. I'm not going to say. I obviously I understand what it is, but if the government is telling you no and you're doing it anyway, you're having fun. Are you not?
The way it is, that's a bit like you tell a child not to touch something. Eventually, the child will touch it. Don't touch that, you'll get burnt. A radiator, don't touch it. They'll touch it because they have to do. It's called human nature. That's what we haven't got enough of.
Yes, and religion tries to control human nature.
Too much information is out there to take up people's fucking times with ridiculous arguments about whether the world's flat, whether the fucking world's round, whether there's an international space station, whether there's satellites, whether we're on the fucking point of fucking World War III. You know what I mean? This is how fucking dumb people have got. That's why I've got fucking pity for people like you, Ron. You know what I mean? It's great for you to believe all these things because there's something happening which is going to change everybody's life on the planet. It's so close to fucking happening. People don't. These countries don't spend all this money not to use shit. Deterrent. It's the biggest load of shit going. You know what I mean? It's took them 67 fucking years, but we're on the verge of it. And who gives a fuck about that? That's why I don't need anything, mate. You know what I mean? I'm very fortunate. I live between 20 miles between two big cities in it's called Manchester, the other one's Liverpool. Fucking hell, mate, hyperseconds. We're all gone in hyperseconds, you know what I mean? So people that live out there in the fucking hills, they're the people that's going to suffer. Well, this is what I'm on about. This is how this is why things are put there to distract people what really fucking matters. You know what I mean? A life check, it's got fuck all to do with fucking Hillary and on Bush. People are going, oh, well, if Bush gets in, he's all right with Putin. You know what I mean? It's designed from Europe. You've got to understand the biggest superpower on the planet now is the European Union. We knock fuck out of all the fucking Yanks, out of all the Chinese, and out of all of that. It's the biggest army in the world, the European Union. And the next war is going to start in Europe, like the last one finished, started and finished, and it's going to spread like wildfire.
Well, currently, there's three things that could start a world war. Okay, for example, North Korea firing off a nuclear device, the world banking system collapsing, or
Well, that's
the oil stops flowing. That
see,
currently
they don't need oil.
permanent factors. Now,
Yeah,
it hasn't been
well,
written.
yeah,
It hasn't been written. I'm saying it because I've studied enough to understand all probabilities based on a global society. We're global now. Okay, those are the only three things that could trigger
hey,
world war.
you might be global. We just voted out of fucking the European Union. We stand alone now.
Well, the
And we're better
European
off doing that.
Well, no, the European Union will self-correct. Okay, it will self-correct before anything really bad goes wrong. The European Union is accepting, Muslim immigrants. They're causing a lot of problems, and those people don't understand it, and they become hostile. They want it their way, but Europe, in and of itself, will self-correct. It's local. It's
I don't
local.
think it
It's
will.
local to Europe. It's not China. It's not America. It's not South America. Okay, it's local. Like I said, a global crisis will begin when there is nuclear warfare happening, and that's probably North Korea. There's a problem with the banking system because of computer breakdowns, and or the oil gets shut off. Those are three critical factors that could start global war. Global, not local like Europe,
Two,
America, South America, China, the Pacific Rim specifically, or India maybe.
two, India and Pakistan both have nuclear capabilities. So does Saudi Arabia, and so does most of the European countries. Um, fuck knows. If them bombs start going off at all, fuck, that's all I know. Because they do fucking whack you. And there'll be nothing left. There'll be fuck all left. And that's the way it's got to go. And but let's be honest, fucking hell. You know, Mother Earth being round or whatever fucking shape it is, it's quite an all right place to fucking be. You know what I mean? Whoever did design it, like I said, I'm not religious, but whoever did design it created an ecosystem that seems to have lasted for an awful long time. Disgusting species on the planet is the human fucking race, unfortunately, but not all of them. There's got to be something in our DNA that makes us destructive, that makes us do things that we wouldn't rationally do. You know what I mean? But people like us who can just discuss these things, when people got fucking put the keys in, they're ready to turn on and hit that big red fucking button and a countdown comes, and they are psychotic. You know what I mean? The three things you said there, the oil and the banking, it's all corporate. You know what I mean? Every bit of it's all about capitalism. It's all about fucking, that's who run. Coca-Cola and McDonald's have more power than fucking Barack Obama and Theresa May. Pull the fucking strings. Your big oil companies, they pull the strings. You know what I mean? Syria, everyone's making out it's all about this fucking dame of gold that fucking Gaddafi wanted, but it isn't. Absolutely fucking isn't. And what's the worst thing about all this is we don't even need oil anymore. We produce that much fucking oil in plastic fucking bottles that are going to be here long after all the nuclear wars. They'll survive nuclear wars. All these bits of plastic that's been made for the last fucking 100 years. Like all that, it can be fucking done. It can be put back into your own car. You can most probably get a unit that'll fit in your garage or a workshop. Oil.
Well,
Right? We've got a
that's
big
why,
sun there.
well, no,
Yeah,
that's why I mentioned North Korea instead of China, America, or Russia starting nuclear war, because the outcome for the losers is obvious in a nuclear war, but the winners will see their children die of cancers and birth defects from nuclear fallout. So it pays no good to major countries to start nuclear war. That's why I mentioned Korea specifically.
Yeah, but
The
see,
problem,
Korea
the problem,
really, you know, America is the big fucking boy on the block. He's the big bully boy. He's the one that, you know what I mean? There's countries out there who could take him out, you know what I mean? Believe me, if anybody fucking thinks that China and Russia haven't got the capabilities to wipe fucking United States out in an hour, then they want to give their heads a wobble exactly the same as what the States could do to any other fucking nation or practically any continent they decided to do it on. And I mean, I do know that they built fucking huge cities underground. I've actually fucking seen them, not with my own eyes, but you know what I mean? I've read about them. I've listened to fucking cinemas on them. You know what I mean? Why are they building all these things, you know? Not everything. What else do you want to do? You know, most fucking guys who end up, or women who end up, they've got fuck all. They were brought up with nothing. Next minute, they're hip-hop rappers or else they're superstar singers or brilliant. They end up with everything until too much. Most of them die through sexually infected diseases or fucking drug overdoses because they're looking for something else, and that's the nature of it. No one's content anymore. Just be content with what the fuck what we've got. You know what I mean? Because, and I'll tell you why, because you've got God. People don't have to go to church anymore because God's in the corner of every living room, every fucking place that they sit, and it's called a TV set. It tells you what to drink, what to eat, what to buy, for all of this. Do you know what I mean? That's all it fucking does. It's just God. This conversation. Fucking bulldog arguing.
yes, but that's
that's
that's now being by global communication. So the TV is okay, I guess, but it's not a determining factor as much as global communication now.
Well, I'll tell you what they'll do. The first thing that's going to happen if the war's going to kick off, the internet's going to go down, but your TV will still be on in the corner. And if anyone thinks they can't shut down, they can switch the fucking internet down to every fucker on the planet by flicking a switch. And they can flick another switch, which gives them all the capabilities of the same communications that we haven't got. Because Apple and fucking Microsoft and Windows fucking 10 haven't got these capabilities. These are far beyond that fucking nonsense.
Well, no, the idea that it would be far too dangerous to cut off the internet now. It'd be far too dangerous because of economic problems that will arise from closing the internet. That's why I mentioned North Korea, because it's such a small country, but they want to cause most problems with nuclear power, right? And the world finance global system cannot be disrupted. If finances are disrupted, we have another reason for global warfare, and that does not profit the establishment at the time. And the same thing with oil. If oil were to be cut off, there would be chaos. Nobody can buy oil. No money is made. So the idea is to keep things going the way they are.
I know.
Hello, Mark White.
We can't over and go in the next 50 years, this is what's going to happen. Because we can't actually say in the next 52 weeks whether anybody's going to fucking be alive on the planet. Predictions anymore like we could do 50 years ago. Because technology wasn't quicker than the brain. But listen, mate, I swear to God, I walked my fucking wife, my car was broke. She had to get the train into work. And I used to look on them platforms, and no, there might be 50 people on each side of the platform, and no one was talking. Everybody's got they're all looking at their phones like this. And my daughter has an house over there, and opposite her house is a bus stop. And we have double-decker buses, and every fucker on the bus is looking down at the lap, fucking imaginary fucking people. And they will shut that down. That's the first thing that's going to do, because it stops all these lemmings fucking talking to everybody. You ought to go look what's happened in this country. There's no bars anymore, mate. Actual bars. Maybe going back to 10 boozers that was open, there might be one open now. Post offices, they shut them down. They don't like anywhere where people can actually meet up and talk about normal, rational things. That's why you can buy a 50-inch TV now for less than £200 fucking pound. You know what I mean? Don't you go and listen? That's all you need. Look at all these channels. It's all you need. All you need. And like I said, when they shut this internet down, fucking bother. I'm not really that arsed about it. But I know they won't shut your TV down. Like they never shut your radiogram down through World War II. You know, there's many an image on Google Images of families between 1939 and 49 all huddled around listening to the 6 o'clock news to find out what's happening in the world. What they tell us is what we take in and then we interpret as, oh, that must be fucking happening. Fucking crazy. But they will just switch this internet off because everybody's got too fucking reliable on it. My phone, well, my internet's gone down. Fucking hell. You know what I mean? Like there's no oxygen left in the house. You know? Crazy. And it's like me lighting that. On, off. That's how quick it takes. Anyway, I've got enough of these lighters. I've got enough gas to last me a few years anyway. Right, if I looked at my ugly fucking mug enough. I'll just start with that.
Ronan, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I was curious why you didn't respond to Russ. Were you going to respond to what he said?
Well, I didn't quite understand what he was saying. I was just letting him, chat along.
He said that TV and radio are used to brainwash us, and they're used to draw us into a platform of one-way communication. Where
no, he's saying we have to take it at face value, really.
Oh, well, we could, but anything that's said on TV, it's up for debate, and I usually question, and I'm not going to take everything at face value because I know not to trust what they say if I understand it to be propaganda.
Oh, it's propaganda. Well, like I said, it doesn't really fucking matter. What was the saying of Adolf Hitler? If you tell a lie long enough, everybody will believe you. That's all it is.
Well, it's like I had said. If I do my homework and I understand it after comparing various points, then I come to my own conclusion. It's not like I'm going to just accept one view and go with that. I have to compare it to other.
Exactly.
Things. Well, yes.
Yeah, but if the internet's just been shut down, right? Let's just say that they switched the internet off for national security, and she's already laid the seed. Hillary's already laid the seed. It was only last week she was turning around threatening that we've been cyber attacked by either fucking Russia or China. And we're going to treat every attack like any other attack. It's an attack against. So don't tell me that they're not priming you, that you're going to fucking just switch your internet off. And they are going to do. And they know you're left with is the TV, which is called God. And God is going to tell you what to do. Going to either say to come to this city because this is where you're going to get protection, or going to tell you this and tell you that. But they're going to shut your internet down. She actually came out and fucking brought up about fucking internet security. And if it boils down to national security, that's all they have to say. We're shutting the internet down through national security because we've been hacked, which you have been hacked.
Well, yes. There may be cyber attacks, but there is also counterterrorism. You know, it's not like America isn't doing the same thing. It's
there's no such
spy versus spy. That's the whole idea. It's spy versus spy.
This dictionary clearly defines.
It's not like America is innocent. You know, America is in on that game, and they play it all the time. You know, it's just that they got the advantage sometimes, and we have the advantage sometimes. It goes on. It's been going on. That's why.
But it's whatever gets reported on. That's all that fucking people listen to. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not like most people are retired like I am and have the time to investigate things. Most people have to do their everyday lives, you know, take care of their families, go to work, socialize amongst their own group. So it's not like everybody doesn't care, and it's not like everybody's ignorant. It's just that they don't.
Yeah, but you actually on the head there. See, it's like I'm retired, right? So there's no problem there. We're both on the same wavelength. But you know what? My wife never had to work. I could afford when I bought my property that I'm in now, not the one which had me fucking on my palaver over, but when I could go to work and I could earn it, we could go on holiday twice. Everything was fucking normal. There's no such thing as normal anymore. That's what I mean. Your kids are brainwashed, your grandkids are brainwashed because of fucking iPhones and iPads and all this fucking technology. Everything's been fucking stripped away. There isn't enough hours in the day for it to have what's called a normal family life anymore. Very rare that, because both parents have to work these days. You know what I mean?
Yes, I can agree with that. For example, here in America, you know, both mother and father have to be in the workforce. You know, because that's the way it developed over time. That both parents have to be in the workforce to support the family and the things that they want and need.
Yeah, but where was the step? Where was the step up? Who created the problem where we start by breaking up the family structure by possibly you get 2 or 3 hours in the house together a day, but you're that fucking knackered come Wednesday, you want to went back to work on Monday, you're getting ratty, you don't want to. It's just a breakdown of it. And it was designed a long, long time ago. Everything's just been designed perfectly.
Well, yes, that would be true in first world countries. But in other countries, you know, there is a so-called family life. It's not like everyone in the world has an iPhone.
But most people in the western and east and western part of the world have an iPhone these days. I know there is countries and there is, like you're saying, they haven't. And God, wouldn't that be fucking good? Wouldn't that be good to go back to? People couldn't handle it, you know what I mean? I'd love to go to Peru and do ayahuasca. I'd love to do it before I die. The only reason I won't do it, I've got this fucking fear of insects. Do you know what I mean? Bugs just freak me out like you would not believe. And the place is full of them. But there's no fucking internet there. There's no fucking electricity there. Everything's fucking angle it. Except for bugs. And obviously this time of year in this country, even in the summer, you can't really do that. You can't just go and fucking do what you want. I do the nearest thing to it, you know what I mean? And I'm moving about 350 miles south in the spring of next year. And I'm moving to a lifestyle where it's as close as I'm going to get to being off the grid. Do you know what I mean? But it's still going to cost me at least £2,500 fucking pound a year just to live off the grid.
Will you be abandoning the internet?
Yeah, Because why would I want the internet where I'm going, which is very close to the sea, but I mean, walking distance to the fucking Atlantic Ocean. If I want the internet and I really need the internet, I could go to any superstore and go to any McDonald's and you can go to McDonald's 24 hours a day and just sit on the car park. You're on the internet. You know what I mean?
Well,
But I wouldn't.
But if you're going to be, if you're going to be off of the grid, you wouldn't even consider.
No.
going to
When I mean off the grid, when perhaps I didn't fucking, it didn't come out right. What I meant off the grid was, I don't want to have to pay taxes. I have to pay taxes every time I put fuel in my car. I have to pay a tax. Every time I buy food, I've got to pay a tax. Every time I fucking turn the tap on and get water that comes out my fucking tap into a jug and I drink it, I have got to pay a tax on it, right? So they can have that tax. There's no way I can stop it. I'm not green fingered. I can't fucking start growing my own vegetables. I don't even like vegetables. You know what I mean? But when I mean off the grid, I mean where no one knows. I can be Russ McGarry today. I can be fucking tomorrow. I can be George fucking Henry the day after. I can be who the fuck I want. No one needs to know who the fuck I am. Do you know what I mean? That's one of the biggest problems that we've all got. We're all stuck with our identity and we all think that that's who we are. I honestly don't think that's who I am anymore. And I'm doing something about it.
Well, no, but that would be suitable for you. But
That's what I'm saying. It is suitable for me. It's a dream I've had for a few years, and it's a dream I am going to fulfill.
well,
Unless I drop dead.
yes, well, that's your right. That's your right if you want to figure a way out to be off the grid. No one is stopping you.
Yeah, but you can't just in this country. You cannot just. I couldn't just go and buy myself an acre of land, and in the middle, you know, my nearest neighbour will be 50 miles away or 30 miles away. I can't just go and fucking be out of wood or plastic or brick. You know what I mean? I can't decide that I'm going to put a caravan there and I'm going to grow this and I'm going to put livestock there because you need licenses for all this shit. And if you don't get your licenses and ask for your permits, it's impossible. That's why I wouldn't fucking buy myself that little bit of land.
Ah, so you would not be off the grid. You would just be.
Of course I'm off the grid.
No, you'd be isolated, but you would.
System collapsed. They actually went back to what we are good at. We're all capable of doing something. You know what I mean? It's like work. I was very fortunate. Not all my life. God, I worked jobs for fucking many years and I hated them. But they brought in a fucking pay packet. You know what I mean? But I've been very fortunate that in because I set them up myself, I got into work where I got paid quite reasonable for the work that I did. But bearing in mind, if you took the hours into consideration, I was mostly on a minimum fucking wage. But I could do that. There's no way if someone, I'd work with someone now. If someone come to me and went, "Hey, Russ, can you do this? Or can you do that? Or you're good at that?" Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I would do. You know what I mean? I would go and do it. I won't go and work, but I'll fucking, before I get my pay packet, that they've already deducted so much for national insurance and so much for fucking tax. 20% tax in this country. That means if you work a 5-day week, you're giving a fucking full day away. Fuck that. Do you know what I mean? Absolutely fuck that. You know, taxes are fucking illegal.
Well, taxes are necessary. You would agree?
Well, they are. Not especially in this monetary system that we live in, which is basically we live in what's called fractional reserve banking. You know what I mean? Where a dollar bill is not worth a fucking dollar. The dollar went. It did in Germany after the Second World War. You couldn't buy a loaf of fucking bread for 1 million Deutschmarks. Do you know what I mean? It didn't matter how much fucking of these bits of paper you had. You couldn't buy a loaf of bread for it because you can't eat. You can eat my bread, but I can't eat them. Burnt Deutschmarks to keep warm.
Well,
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying.
Well, yes. If you could get off the grid, you know, grow your own chickens. You know, they could lay eggs. You could grow your own cattle or sheep or goats, and you'd have meat. Or if
You know what?
if you have a water source, you could go fishing. You know, I mean, a real frontiersman, if you will, a real
Yeah.
rural life.
Nothing wrong with that.
You know,
Nothing wrong with that.
you
But
could-
then again, you've somebody got people, especially who are our age, who are in the rural, most rural parts of the world, and all they want to do is have the big mad city life. You know what I mean? I think you've got to have a little bit of both and then decide what you want. You know what I mean? I think that's why we're given roughly about 70 years to live on the planet.
Oh, well. Well, I like living on the grid because I can communicate. You know, I got neighbors. You know, I'm kind of happy with where I'm at. But if you're most comfortable living off the grid, why not? No one's stopping you, and you know, I would wish you the best.
Exactly. I just don't like prying fucking. I don't like filling in application forms. You know what I mean? You know, fucking. I just everything in this. You've had it in your country a long time. You just didn't see it really. I fucking switched onto it as soon as it here. They changed everything to, and they started using a World Cup called enforcement. You know what I mean? Now, English law is very, very. It's practically fucking run side and side, but with American. Do you know what I mean? And your country is slightly different to ours, even though you've got the Second Amendment. In this country, there is no lawful justification to use force. You've got three reasons to do that. That is to prevent a prisoner from escaping, prevention of a crime, or the most important one is self-defense. Now, what they've done with all these fucking gobshite civil servants in this country is they made them into civil enforcement officers. You know what I mean? And they give them a fucking uniform that looks very similar to a policeman's uniform, except it hasn't got police on it. But they have enforcement, but on the back and on the badges, enforcement. And it gives this impression, and most people think that these people can use some sort of force against you. You know what I mean? Now, I'm fucking clever enough to know that they can't use force against you. You know what I mean? And there's videos out there. Downs fucking laughed his head off watching it one night, where bailiffs and police officers used force against me. You know what I mean? They took me to court and said I assaulted them, but I won my court case, and I won my court case hands down because of exactly what I've just said. I used the word enforcement against them and said I was the only one entitled to use it. And the judge had to find in my favour. And that was a 3-day trial. You know what I mean? But everybody's got that now. Everything's fucking... There's no customer services in this fucking country anymore. Do you know what I mean? Because we're not treated like customers, but it's the same over in your country. Now, I'm not on about going buying a fucking donut or a loaf or a newspaper from the local little store where the guy's been there years. I'm on about everything else, absolutely everything that's run by the government, or we've got more states than America now. How many have you got? Is it 52 states? I haven't got a fucking clue. I was never clued up with American history at all. But in this country now, we used to have counties. You know what I mean? That my county used to be Lancashire.
Yes.
But it's not called Lancashire anymore. You know what I mean? It's called Greater Manchester. Now, inside Greater Manchester, what they've actually put is 10 local government authorities inside each one of these. You know what I mean? So it's where I live, around me, and I'm on about within a 5-mile radius of my property. I've got 4 different police forces. I've got Greater Manchester, Lancashire Police Constabulary, Greater Manchester, Cheshire Police Constabulary, and Merseyside Police. Now, within them 4 areas, I've possibly got 80 local government. It comes under the Local Government Enforcement Act. It's an act that was passed through government, like they do in your country, which gives all these other people power, and everything's all about subduing the individuals, which are us, to where they only use words against us. That's they fucking use. But because certain words come out of somebody's gob and we interpret it either correctly or incorrectly, is where the meaning fucking lies. And I do not like these words that are being used against not just me, my neighbours. It's fucking funny, isn't it? It's like it's a bit like chemtrails. You know, it doesn't really fucking bother me because I've been doing them for that long. But they are spraying metals and bariums and all sorts of shit every single day. Now, where I live on a little small, like cul-de-sac, one way in, one way out, possibly 40, 50 houses on it. Because I was 5 years of age when I moved here, and I'm 55 now, so I've 50 years of living on this estate. Now, nearly everybody moved to this estate at the same time, which was like my parents' ages, which would be getting into the 80s. So most of the people on this estate are 70s and 80s, and they look at me like I'm a straight. It was only a couple of months ago, a lovely summer's morning, and the sky was blue. Within an hour, it was like tartan. And there was a couple of the old guys, and people don't look up, don't look in front of them. Every fucker's looking down, unfortunately. You know what I mean? People can't see what's right in front of their eyes because they'd rather do the gardening. They'd rather talk about fucking TV programs. You know what I mean? There's more people watch. There's two big fucking soaps in this country. One's called Coronation Street, the other one's called EastEnders. I think they're on about 5 times a week. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit like the 80s when it was Dallas and fucking programs like that was on. It was on all the fucking time. Well, these are on, and they have been for many years. You 4 or 5 times a week, you've got catch up. You can watch fucking whatever you want with them. Now, more people actually on a Wednesday night will watch Coronation Street on TVs in this country, running into the 20 odd million people watching it, then we'll actually go to church or go to a library or go to a college. We'll have a pint, you know what I mean, in the boozer where there isn't a telly on, and we can talk about things that happened at work, things that's happening to someone next door, things that happen to members of our families. Everything's designed to stop that. You know what I mean? So, like I said, our rights are being fucking taken away from us by the minute, and it isn't your government, it isn't the EU, it isn't the fucking the United States. I still think it boils down to fucking Jews and fucking Catholics, mate. You know what I mean? And everything's put there, and with that, we've got this so much technology. We think it's that good. We don't see what's going on around us. Like I said, you can watch Sky News now and put it on. We can have it on for an hour. There'll be no mention of these fucking nuclear war. Absolutely none of it. There'll be no mention about these missile system things that within fucking 15 minutes they can put a nuclear warhead on them instead of what they actually designed for.
Yes, but it's inevitable that society would grow to the way. You know, put it this way, how much better off the grid?
A lot better. You know what? I tell you what, I remember the first Gulf War, and there was that storming Norman Schwarzkopf, right? Now we're going back to 1991. Now he was in the middle of a desert in a fucking great big tent, and they had TV screens behind him, which you can't buy in the shops today. You can't buy this stuff today, and that was in 1991. That was in the middle of the desert. They didn't really have a fucking plug to plug the shit in. You know what I mean? They were running off generators most over the size of my mouse. You know, technology, what we think is technology, is what's been done and fucking used by these people. You know what I mean? That's what we're up against. When the government turns against fucking the American people, and they are doing. And it won't be American troops they'll put on the fucking, because they won't do it. You know what I mean? It'll be all back down to these cunts in blue helmets called the EU. I'll tell you something, right? Where I'm going living, it's a place called Cornwall, a place called Newquay. Now, as you know, it used to be, going back 25 years, 30 years ago, it was an American Air Force base. It was right on the coast that you took off, you went over the cliffs, and you was on the Atlantic Ocean. Now, the Americans lost it, the Brits went in there, half of it became an RAF base, and the other half became a commercial, fucking small, tiny little airport, because it's quite a popular place, especially in the summer. I went this year and there was French troops guarding it. In helmets on. French troops. Now, why is the fucking French troops in my country guarding my fucking Air Force base?
Well, it could be part of
Well,
like
this,
international exercises, you know, where they share forces so they can understand each other's country. It happens. It happens all over. Well, in so-called first world countries, where they, like in America, they send people over here from other countries to train on our bases, and I imagine that's what they're doing with the French going there to your country.
I look at it in a different light. Bearing in mind I was in the military, I look at it totally different. I look at it that when this, and it is going to be a financial crash that brings it down. There's you know, everything's just coming out. It's pouring out like a fucking volcano, and they can't stop it. This whole banking system, which when people do wake up and fucking realise exactly what has happened through fractional reserve banking, and the creation of money, and you know, whether people like it or not, we create the money. The banks haven't got the money to give you, you know. So whatever you put your signature to, i.e. an application form, you want to take a loan at a bank, you go and see them, they'll go, there's an application form, fill it in. Once you sign and date it on the back, it's not an application form anymore. It becomes a promise to pay. The bank, whether they decide to take your promise to pay, and you basically type into a fucking keyboard a figure that will go into your account that you can draw out by using a cash card, or you can go and buy stuff with your bank card with it. Do you know what I mean? But the actual creation of the money is what we do ourselves. Now, I've got no problem with banks making money. You know what I mean? Everything's got to make money. If they didn't make money, then if you didn't make money, the place would be a fucking, well, people have got to make money. Banks have got to make money. You know what I mean? You know, banks have got to make money, but they shouldn't be making it the way that they're doing it. And they shouldn't be going into countries and flattening and go, yeah, well, we'll bail you out. We'll lend you money to rebuild your infrastructure, to rebuild your water, to put things right. That's what happened in the last World War, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? It was, all wars are bankers' wars. You know what I mean? They fund both sides, they let them demolish them, then they borrow them more money to rebuild them.
Well, yes, but,
you know,
currency is now global. It's not national anymore. So there's a lot more interconnection in the world of financial markets.
Financial markets around the world is one of the most oldest laws going. It's called maritime. You know what I mean? If China and let's say the United States sends over 10,000 fucking what they call containers of American products, you know, China will have to pay it. You know, that's where maritime is the old, well, it's since we started, nations started getting other things from other nations. That's how long it is. You know what I mean? It's called the law of the sea. We're not under the law of the sea anymore. We're under what's called UCC, which is Uniform Commercial Code, International Maritime Jurisdiction. But even still, like I said, what is discussed, and if you, let's just say, well, we're too old, but let's just say my daughter wants to go and buy her own house, and she wants to borrow £100,000 or $100,000. She will get that money. You know what I mean? But they will get what's called a promise to pay. It's an IOU. It's the you'll have to read the bills of exchange, which is the oldest monetary book fucking going. Exactly what it is, and your signature and the date is absolutely what it is. And these banks sell that instrument within hours. Do you know what I mean? If you take out £100,000 loan, do you know what I mean? They've already been paid for it within hours. Then all you're doing is paying back the amount that you borrowed, which you should do. Do you know what I mean? And there should be a small annual fee to keep the running cost of the banks. But when they're charging you 2/3 more in fake interest when they didn't give you anything in the first place, that is creating problems. And I was quite surprised this week. Was it yesterday or Monday? I think it might have been Monday. It was in the Daily Telegraph, which is one of the major papers in this country. It's not really a rag, it is a bit of a newspaper. And it actually explained it. And there was so much shock and awe when you went through all the comments, you know, that people couldn't believe that this happens, but that's exactly what happens. Bank doesn't give you fuck all. That working day, they're in profit, and they're in good profit. They've not give you nothing, they've gone. That's all they've done on a keyboard and type it in. He only needs, I don't know, is it what $1 to lend 10? Hold on, just grab my phone.
Well, America is in debt to China for $1.3 trillion, for example. So all the money is being moved around all over the world. And, well, countries like yours have to sometimes suffer more than other countries, but America is also deeply in debt. You know, and that can't be reversed. We can adjust for it, but our political system is corrupt. So being a key player in the global market, right? If America would change its ways, it would be far better for your country and other countries involved. But for the fact that it's corrupt and our politicians are owned by money, you know, this problem grows as time goes on.
And you know, apart from that, I would like no dealings with you whatsoever.
I'll be back in a little while. Mike out.
Sorry about that. I was just on the phone. Some fucker like that. Would you like smart meters fitting? No, I wouldn't. Cheeky bastards. Right. Anyway, guys, I'm going to get off for a bit. So it's been good talking to you, Rowan. I've enjoyed it. See you later, Dines. I'll be on a bit later on. Adios, amigos.
think it's a flat Earth. Believe in flat Earth, I think. Once again, you've proved yourself. You're a child. You can't act in an adult way. You have to fucking go on like a child. So pathetic. Oh, now you're going to reject someone. Well, you fucking little child. Little child. Ali Akbar, Ali Akbar. You know what Ali Akbar means? She's a Muslim. Hello? Hello?
Howdy, y'all.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
How are you doing today, sir?
I'm not going to say anything.
What?
That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to say anything. Who's this?
I'm the Christian hillbilly. Who's this?
And you're in America.
Yes, sir, I am.
You a man or a girl? I can't really make out.
Well, sir, can't you tell by my voice?
What's the matter with you?
What do you mean, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter with you? I don't even know what the words mean. Why are you being so defensive?
I don't know what you mean by being defensive, sir. I simply ask, can't you tell by my voice?
Okay. Yeah. In Canada or in the States?
Do what?
In Canada or in the States?
I'm in the States. You already asked me that.
Whereabouts, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in Louisville, Kentucky. That might be easier for you to know where I'm at.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I apologise. I think it's a flat Earth.
What would make you think there's a flat Earth?
No.
The Bible tells us there's a round Earth.
Yeah.
The Bible says that God hung the earth, hung the circle of the earth. And if you look at that word that the Bible translates into circle, it's a
Yeah.
where is everybody? Everybody asleep?
Yeah.
See, because God created all this stuff, God knows exactly what He created.
Yeah.
What do you believe, sir? Do you believe in God? Are you an atheist? Theist?
Yeah.
What do you believe? What does yeah mean?
All Germans are Nazis.
All Germans are what?
All Germans are Nazis.
I have no idea what you said.
All Germans all Germans. All Germans are Nazis.
I heard all Germans and you cut out.
Yeah.
So what do you believe about creation? What do you believe about how we got here?
Gives man instinct. And then what does it do? I share the enemy.
Instinct? What's instinct got to do with anything?
Yes. I'm a phenomenon!
So, like I said, what has instinct got to do with anything?
I don't know.
Oh, hi, Benny.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Benny.
Good.
Greetings and flatulations at you.
Good. Good. How are you?
I'm finer than a frog hair split 4 ways. That's pretty darn fine.
Yes.
I agree.
I would like to just get to know you.
It's fine by me.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want to have them answered immediately.
As long as you'll answer mine.
Yes. Who is your daddy, and what does he do?
My daddy is the God of creation, the God of salvation, and he maintains all of us.
Go on.
What more is there to say? Bigger one. See that right now. Screwdriver.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. The saints come marching in.
Good?
Yep. That's
Yeah.
the key. Now, why doesn't it want to go any further?
Excellent.
Excellent.
Yeah.
You and your little dog too, sweetie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, come on, man. Different screwdriver. That won't work. Okay. I have to have a touch of glue on this. Golly, where is everybody this morning? It's awful quiet in here.
I don't know.
The truth? You can't handle the truth.
That's right.
Oh, and I did just do that, didn't I? I put the glue on it, stuck it up underneath this piece, and then I walked over here without the tape in my hand. I did.
Good.
Gotta do it. Do with that other tape. There we go. Takes care of that part. Okay. Now the top part. Oh shoot, I need to screw the top. That's it right there. Oh, the screw. Still at work.
What's the matter?
Not a darn thing. Just adjusting my parameters, that's all.
Yeah.
That's what parameters are for, to be adjusted.
Good.
Good.
Have you ever heard of Political Hillbilly? There is a YouTuber called Political Hillbilly. Have you heard of him before?
Nope.
He also hosts hangouts about the flat earth.
No such
I've
thing.
heard of Political Hillbilly.
Good morning.
Peace to you, sir.
How are you?
Sleepy and shit.
Yeah.
Getting some good stretches in, though. So, what's Christian working on?
My scroll saw. Needed to make a minor adjustment to it.
What are you working on, Fed?
New channel.
A new channel. Are you going to be doing something different or same thing?
You want to be the host? I sent you an email.
Okay, I'll check.
It is a channel with dozens of hosts.
Let's see, how long ago was the email?
One second.
I don't see it. Is it under a different name?
One second.
Sure, take it down.
The title is Big News, multi-host channel.
Well, good for you, Fed. We can always count on you to do some cool shit. I still don't see the email, though.
I will read it out loud.
Go ahead.
I have figured it all out. One host cannot possibly last longer than a few months, due to the wear and tear, but 10 hosts or more can take a debate channel wherever they want. So here's my proposal to you and the others. I have created a channel where I will make you moderators, hosts, which means you can actually access the channel and run the hangout yourself. It doesn't matter if 2 of us do it at the same time, because it creates no conflicts. It even works on the same computer. I have tested it. Hopefully. Instead of hosting 2 hangouts at the same time, we will cover the whole 24-hour period. So basically we would all be hosts on the same channel. This way we can't be worn out by anyone. Because even just running 1 session per week is enough, given all the people who will be in this joint effort. Do you want to participate?
Yeah, I could probably do that. I'm not a very good host, though. I must admit. There are periods where I just kind of turn the thing on and go to work. Or whatever I'm doing. But yeah, you're fucking good, Ted. As far as I'm concerned. You're golden, pony boy.
Thank you.
Okay, then I will send you the invitation to be manager. Even if you host for 2 hours, it is good enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Fed. Free speech channels are kind of what we need right now. We need to be able to expose the evil doers and the liars and the fraudsters and the banksters.
Yeah.
And giving people a voice, you know. Granted, we might be throwing rocks at giants, but at least, you know, some people are hearing it.
Yeah. American Bulletin.
Oh, come on, dude. I wasn't talking about them. There's so many different groups, you know, I mean, what is it, the Knights Templar, the Knights of Malta, the Masons, the Jesuits. I mean, just about every group has people that are either a muted Christian because his machinery is a little loud. He's welcome to unmute anytime he's ready to talk. Yeah, there's evil Christians. I mean, I'm sure that there's either Christians in a secret society or a secret society of evil Christians. But to me, obviously, they're not Christians if they're not following the Ten Commandments. Because you can't be evil and follow the Ten Commandments at the same time. But anyway, I digress. There's evil groups all over the world, and they need to be exposed. You know, there's the Bilderberg and
Yes.
groups like those. Yes.
Yes.
You know, there's evil groups like that. There's others that I can't remember the name of right now. But yeah, we need to expose evil, shine some light on it. And I think these chat rooms is a good way for us to do that. And just like when someone is, you know, on here opposing me, that's when I tend to shine. It also gives the other person who wants to oppose the opportunity for them to shine.
Yeah.
And the truth will come out on top, I think.
Yes.
Because I may not be correct about anything. I may not be correct about everything. I doubt I am. So, yeah, let's give someone else the opportunity to combat the truth. At least
Even if the truth
the way I see the
does
truth.
not come out, at least two different people understand one another.
Even if what?
Even if the truth does not come out, at least two different people understand one another.
Right.
Can you please check your email now?
Google my business. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Damn it.
Yeah, I gotta. At the end of typing in my enormous password, and then I hit the last button, and as soon as she called, the keyboard went away, and then I hit a link under the button after the keyboard went away.
Yeah.
So yeah, I set it up. I don't know how to use it yet, but I'll figure it out.
Thank you.
Good choice of people, by the way. 10 people
Thank you.
ought to be able to do it. Are you ever going to use your...
Hangouts.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
You already had 2 hangouts.
Oh, well. This one and another one, or 2 separate from this one?
We had one hangout hosted by Flatty Plane and one hosted by Sydney.
Excellent. Yeah, this shit needs to grow. We need to have like hundreds of these. My wife showed me a picture this morning of Donald Trump and all of his females. The way that they were posed, their hands were over their crotch. It was so funny. I was laughing my ass off. Go ahead.
You have been watching TV again. I
No.
have stopped watching
No.
TV years ago.
Dude, I don't watch TV. You're crazy. It was something she had pulled up on her Facebook. I don't Facebook either. Yeah, I stopped watching Hollywood films for the most part. I still watch them when I'm out then. But yeah, it was about a couple years ago, and 95% of my life without cable television. So yeah, I'm good. That's why their programming doesn't work on me, because I reject their programming. I do notice when I'm talking like real shit, talking about true things, like they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I saw that in Family Guy," and I'll be like, "Dude, I have no idea what you're talking about." And they're like, "You watch too much TV, bro." Like, I don't fucking watch Family Guy. But apparently, everything I have to say about real shit, they've already covered it on Family Guy. So everyone thinks they automatically know about it. So there's no need to investigate what I'm saying. Because Crazy Larry saw it on Family Guy.
You get into a lot of arguments at the pizzeria.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Don't you risk your...
You know, I kind of... Go ahead, sorry.
Don't you risk your job?
No. Intelligent? Some of them. And because they're intelligent, you know, they don't get all butt hurt. You know, we have debates up there. And we debate evolution and flat earth and all kinds of other stuff, but I don't think they want to debate me very much these days. Sometimes they do. we'll talk about gun control and armored vest control, which I didn't even know that was a thing until about a year and a half ago. But yeah, apparently there was a bill where they didn't want citizens to have over body armor level 3. And I just remember thinking, you know, it's not a weapon. It's for defense. So how can the government say, you can't have that? So yeah, we argue over stuff like that. We don't argue over politics at all. Like, there's nothing to argue.
Yeah.
I guess Trump's pussy grabbing scandals that he's had throughout his life. You know, Hillary's a good defense lawyer, and she's probably gotten him off the hook several times. And I think Hillary said something along the lines of, I think it's crazy that we don't hold gun manufacturers responsible for endangering Americans. And some female tweeted back to Hillary, yeah, we should hold the Silicon Valley responsible for people leaking top secret government documents. You know, because their logic is so fucking flawed. Over.
Even if she said all the right things, what matters is what she does.
Or doesn't do. Like take money from foreign entities. But that's something she does. Over.
Politicians can talk convincingly, but what we have to look at is how they act.
Spoken like Jesus Christ himself. Judge them by their fruits.
Yes.
I couldn't agree more. Like Hillary committing perjury by actually committing perjury not just once but multiple times to the FBI, to Congress, by deleting 33,000 emails. You know,
that's tampering with evidence.
we should actually dig up Nixon and apologize to him because we impeached him for deleting, you know, just omitting a few just little letters and stuff like that. Now, Hillary's gotten away with murder, literally.
Literally several times.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, we've got a 4-star general getting ready to go to prison for deleting just a little bit of information. And Hillary, in one of the debates, did you catch this? She actually blurted out our nuclear timetable, how long it took for the codes to be reacted to in the debate speech.
Wow, what a dumbass.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, oh my gosh. Anybody that votes for that woman is just beyond stupid.
But see, think about it, you know, I mean, half punt. So that's what's going on right here. They're making Trump the ogre look good by sitting Hillary next to him. Hillary Benghazi Clinton is only there to make Trump look good because you need someone that low to make him look good.
Oh, I admit Trump is no angel, no saint at all. I agree with that completely. But I will tell you this, the man is a businessman that will get our country back on the right track, at least from the business standpoint. The things that we need to have happen. Did you catch any of his speech from, oh shoot, what was that place? Shoot.
No, I don't watch political stuff.
Where Lincoln did his speech. Oh, shoot. See, this is joys of getting old. You can't remember your name half the time. But he laid out his 100-day plan. Some of these things should be implemented immediately. Term limits for all of Congress and the Senate. Oh my gosh. Time frames put on these people for once they get out, that they can't go out and lobby for these different political groups. Oh my gosh, they're already screaming about this. So when he gets in and he does these things, they're just going to have a field day. They're going to assassinate this man. I would bet within the first 6 months he gets assassinated.
What if I told you he was a Jesuit?
Well, I could care less what he is. If he implements these particular things that he's talking about, if he does what he says he's going to do, which I truly hope he does, I could care less what he is.
I just don't have any faith in the politicians anymore.
I don't either. That's why I really hope that I'm really glad that Trump is not a politician. He never has been.
Well, I sure hope you're right, buddy.
Me too. Me too.
I sure hope that I'm fucking wrong. And I'm being honest.
I got to figure out if my wife needs a ride home from Bible study. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, peace out.
I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Okay, see you later, dude.
No. No, there's not.
Oh, you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have faith in Trump. I never did.
Yeah.
You know, I kind of almost had faith in Obama in the beginning. In 2008, I was like, oh, God, we don't need, another Bush. But I was thinking, he's talking about change. He's going to change everything. Okay, let's see what he does. And he fucking did what he did in 2011 in Libya, which wasn't exactly what Bush did, but it was kind of the same thing. Benghazi was arming the rebels to take out the leader of Libya, which was not cool in my book. I mean, how would our president here like it if Russia was arming American rebels to take out Obama? That's not very nice, is it? So, Hillary Benghazi Clinton should be in jail, not running for president. It's amazing to me that she's running for president.
That's right.
We have Berlusconi.
This is the best we got. What?
We have Berlusconi here in Italy.
Is he the same scum? Over.
Berlusconi is a complete thief and corrupt person, and he was in power for a decade.
Sounds like a politician to me.
You want to see other people? Go see other people. One of those people is a monkey because this is bananas.
Oh, who's playing what? Is that TV? Don't do it, Mark. TV's bad for you, bro.
Big Bang Theory.
Do you want me to debunk it, or is that what you're watching?
Yeah, that's what's on the TV.
Honey, how you feeling?
Yeah, everybody tells me I need to watch it, and I'm like, no, I'm good.
It's all right.
That's good news, right?
I figured it's just propaganda programming.
Well, it is, but it's nothing special, really. It's not that great. But. Hey, Hank, I heard you playing guitar the other day.
Yeah, that's not gonna.
Well, no, you're good. You sound like you could be good lead guitarist. You said you can't do like bar chords. I can do bar chords really good.
Yeah, I tried playing lead bass for about 2.5 years in a garage band.
Cool.
It was fun.
Yeah, I could play like basic stuff. You know, like I can do bar chords usually.
I was actually trying to sing and play a song at the same time. Other than that, it's very hard.
Like
'Cause when you're
freestyling.
focusing on the guitar. No, like someone else's music, cover tune. But yeah, when you're sitting there focusing on the guitar, then you're not focusing on your voice, and then you miss a note, and then you focus on your voice, and you're not focusing on the guitar, and you
I
miss
can't
another
sing.
note. Yeah, it sucks.
But I can't really, you know, I haven't played in a while. It's just like anything else. If you don't keep up with it, you're gonna lose it.
Right. Yeah, I took like a 15-year break.
And so did I. I took a while, and then I was really into it for a while a few years ago, and then, you know, now I'm on a break again. Seems like that's what I've been doing my whole life with it. But I started when I was like, you know, probably like 4th grade around. So.
Oh, really? I started when I was like 17.
Yeah, I was definitely in elementary school. I know that when I started. So I took lessons, but the guy was just like, you know, I would just bring in CDs and he would just teach me like songs I wanted to learn. He didn't really, but he taught me like the basics, you know, chords and all that. And then when I got into like scales, I realized I wasn't that good at lead guitar. I'm more of a rhythm guitarist.
Man, I'm trying to find a book so I can show y'all something. I can't find it though. Where would it be? Nope. I have no idea where it's at.
Can you read music?
No.
Can you read tablature?
Yep.
Yeah, too. I want to learn piano. They say if you know piano,
dude.
you can play like anything.
Yeah, you need somebody to break your heart before you're ready to take on an endeavor like learning the piano. That kid is, it's a task trying to learn that son of a bitch.
Yeah, I could play drums too.
I don't guess I'm gonna find that book. Wait, one more bookshelf. Okay, it's gotta be over here. No, I definitely can't play the drums.
Well, I've always rather been a drummer, but didn't really have the room for it. And but the hard part is learning when to hit like the bass pedal off sync with the hi-hat. You know, that's like the hard part to learn.
Oh well, can't find it. I was going to show you that Zechariah Sitchin book and about how it's like talking about the Sumerian clay tablets. And he's all pushing like space propaganda throughout the whole fucking thing. And it's hilarious now that I look back on it. But when I was reading it, I was like, you know, like confused, like what is going on? Like, what are these guys talking about? Maybe here's one of the books. Maybe I can find something in it. I haven't read this one though. There we go. All right, I don't know if you can see it, but Zecharia Sitchin, The Cosmic Code.
Ooh, the Cosmic Code.
So this is like propaganda bullshit that he supposedly got out of the clay tablets from ancient Sumeria, the first civilization. Like, I guess this is supposed to be planets. Planet X came through and ripped off half of Earth. It's ridiculous. So yeah, if you want to check out the Sumerian stuff, which why wouldn't you want to? It's like Egypt times 10. But don't trust Sitchin. He's a gatekeeper. Hey, there's the other books. The 12th Planet. Okay, I know that one's full of it.
Mike out.
Mike out. I can't believe I spent so much time reading these damn things. What the hell, Bobby? Worked just a second ago.
What's the matter?
Can you guys see what I'm showing on my camera?
Yes.
Oh, you can. Okay, let me go back. I couldn't see it. All right, so it's working now?
Yes.
Okay. Zecharia Sitchin, 12th Planet, Spherical Indoctrination. This says the Earth's orbit, the Sun, the orbit of the 12th planet, and the course of the spaceship. So apparently he knew the course of the spaceship. Let me find some more goodies. It's all about spaceships and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So this is where all the Nibiru stuff comes from. To the
Maybe
left, you say it again?
Maybe he believes in it.
Well, he did have his office in like the Rockefeller Tower, I think it was. So maybe he was a shield.
Not all people spreading wrong information are doing it on purpose.
Yeah, but did he really think that the ancient Sumerians had rocket ships? In that one, it shows how Marduk, the planet X, came through the solar system. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know.
More programming.
Just living in a building does not make him a shill. What other evidence do we have?
Towards the end of his life, he admitted that some of his information might have been wrong. This is what I did not expect to see. The Vault of Heaven. Sun, Moon, and Stars inside. Earth and Underworld. I did not expect to see that in this book. I guess I'd forgotten about that. I don't know what this is doing here. I gotta mark this page and come back and check it out.
Hey, Scott.
Holy shit. Sorry, go ahead.
How are you, Scaff?
Scaff, are you there?
Do you believe the
like
Earth is flat, Scaff? Do you believe the Earth is flat, Scaff?
I think that was a no. I could be wrong though. Thumbs up or thumb down?
Hello?
Hello?
Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Ronan, what's up, man?
Yeah, no, I told the group that I was going to be gone for a little while, and I just got back. What's the topic?
I want to talk to you about something you said yesterday. You said something about you being an infidel, and before you said that, if you leave Christianity, it's punishable by death. I wanted to know if you wanted to recant, or if you're sticking to your guns on that one.
Well, no. In Christianity, it says to kill apostates and to not help infidels, not to house them, clothe them, or feed them. In Islam, it says to kill infidels and kill apostates. Would you like me to look up the book, chapter, and verse? Well,
I would.
I don't think I should, because you all are more knowledgeable about that, and I don't see why I should, but I will, if you'd like.
Well, it just helps me to identify what you're talking about, because I've never heard kill in the New Testament. So
I made a clear statement saying that apostates in Islam and Christianity are to be killed, but infidels in Christianity are not to be housed, clothed, or fed. In Islam, they're to be killed. I made a clear distinction, of what each religion says to do to apostates and infidels. Because it is in the book, you can find it for yourself.
Well, I know we're not supposed to associate with them in the manner that you're talking about. You know, like, why would we want?
Doesn't that run counter to what Jesus said about loving everyone?
Yeah, you're supposed to love them, but you shouldn't sell your car and give it to a crackhead. You know.
Well,
You know,
now you're going beyond bounds here. You know, because it just said, you know, infidels. It didn't say drug addicts. It didn't say, murderers and killers. It just said infidels. So, you know, if you're going to stretch it just to justify your position, well, I would have to, rein you back in and disagree because, well, it doesn't specify, give them
money. Why would we promote non-believers?
Well, that's fine, yeah, but isn't that a form of prejudice? Where Jesus said to love everyone?
Yeah, you're supposed to love everyone. That doesn't negate that you don't love them just because you're not giving your money to them. See, in Christianity, you're supposed to sell your clothes to give someone food. But why would you do that to someone who is not going to, basically do the same to someone else in the future? Because Christians will do that for one another. But if you sell your car and give the money to an atheist, he's not going to, turn around and pay it forward to another Christian.
No, I would disagree. But then again, Jesus did tell a man, when the man said, how do I get to heaven? He was a rich man. He says, sell everything you have and give the money to the poor and follow me. And the man walked away. I would be the man that walked away because I had responsibilities, a wife, children, a job, people I basically led in business. So, that's that contradiction there. Another contradiction, whereby have you done it? Have you sold everything you have and given it to the poor to follow Christ?
Absolutely not.
I can assume the answer is no. Okay. Then, so what's the point of following Christ if not following every single word he said? That's that contradiction again. So
look at it from up.
I'm not holding it against you. It's just that you say, well, not you, but Christians say, I believe in Christ. And I've asked, all of Christ? He said, yes. And then I come up with that example. And I ask, well, why aren't you doing that? And then you would be the man that walked away also, but you believe in the divinity of Christ. So I can't hold it against you because I'm not part of that group, right? In other words, if I were to say I accept Christ, okay, I sell everything, give it to the poor, and follow Christ. I man up. You know what I mean? I go 100%. Or Jesus said, I won't take you lukewarm. Right? So like I said, that's another contradiction. That's, well, okay, I'm honest with myself. Nah, I'd rather serve Mammon and move on with my happy life. Like I said, that's that contradiction that keeps coming up, whereby I'd rather just, oh, no, thanks. I don't have to follow that. I'm still a good person. I don't kill or rob. I do contribute. I help poor people. I give things away to children, for example, and do things of that nature. And I don't need God. I just have a sense of morality that dictates to me, hey, look, this man needs help. Obviously, if it just need help because they need help, I do it. But like I said, that's kind of like kind of tough. But then again, I don't subscribe to that practice, so I can't really judge it. You know what I mean? But I can ask,
right.
Why the contradiction?
Well, let me explain my point of view. Basically, the way I see it, if I sell my cars, which is how I make money because I'm not educated, so I make money off of my cars. If I sell my cars, then I'm going to be the poor homeless guy on the street needing the money, which I guess if that's what Jesus wanted, but I think it would be much more beneficial to the spiritual kingdom of Jesus Christ if I keep the car, and this might sound greedy and I might be justifying it, whatever, I'll admit to all that. But if I keep the car, keep my job, that way I can continue helping people by making money to give to them, and also have the internet so I can kind of do my thing online.
Spread the word. Yes, like I said, but like I said, if Jesus,
No, I did. All you have to do is say one prayer, and you're golden.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't think it's that easy. I think God is more complex than that.
yeah, but it's confusing where Jesus says, "I won't take you lukewarm," and he said, "Sell everything, give it to the poor, and follow me." Well, him, Jesus. So, like I said, that's where nah. When I read it when I was 13, I thought, well, this is not for me. In other words, this is not for me. So, okay, that's okay, but I can't hold it against anyone else because I don't, like I say, I don't subscribe or ascribe to that practice, if you will. So it's like, okay, that's what y'all do. That's what y'all do. I mean, I can't hold it against you if I'm not part of the group. You know what I mean?
So now I got to ask, am I a rich man?
Well, are you rich in spirit, as they say?
Well, yeah, I'm rich in spirit, that's for sure.
Oh, okay. Okay, then fine. Like I said, that's still that contradiction. But as an individual, I can respect you and and admire you for what you do. Obviously, support your family. You do good in the community. I mean, you don't strike me as a thief or a murderer. So
Nope.
okay, okay. But if you use part of that tenet in terms of leading your life in that within the path, as they say, well, then I've got no issues. I mean, I really don't. It's just when someone wants to push it onto me that I have questions. In other words, I would say to someone who tells me you should do this and you should that, like for Christ, and I would ask, well, why aren't you doing it first? Let me see you do it, right? And then if they persist, well, I said, well, wait a minute, this is what your book says. Why aren't you doing it? And so they would have to so-called walk away. But like I said, a person like yourself, like I said, you don't strike me as a murderer or a thief, and basically you strike me as a person who believes in God, wants to do good things, and well, we respect each other, and okay, I'm okay with that. I've got no issues with that. It just when I do meet certain people who want to lead up to that, the most recent person I met was Christian Hillbilly. That gentleman was so aggressive, downright autocratic. And he was saying, well, Catholics aren't Christians, Mormons are Christians, Jehovah's Witnesses aren't Christians. It's, wait a minute, But I
of course they're not. They claim to be Mormons, Catholics, and Jehovah's Witnesses. They don't claim to be Christians. Of course they're not Christians.
That's a denomination within Christianity. It's a denomination like whatever church you might attend or not attend, right? If you don't attend, you're just a so-called practicing Christian. Oh, okay. I can agree with that. But if you belong to
a practicing Protestant Christian.
Well, there you go. As soon as you said Protestant, that's a denomination. So you're just as good as any other Christian because you believe in the same Savior. But then there's that conflict within each denomination wanting to say they're the only true Christians. So my question has been to others, right? When y'all figure it out, decide on the one, come tell me. It's not that I'm going to change, but at least you all agree which one is the one that's going to be the denomination that's at the forefront of Christianity, and everyone else accepts it too. But like I said, this gentleman, Christian Hillbilly, was like demeaning of Mormons, like I said, Catholics and Jehovah's Witnesses, but each one of those are denominations within Christianity, and that's like I said, that's another conflict altogether. But that's just one point. You might have said Protestant. Okay, that's a denomination within Christianity, the umbrella of Christianity.
The protester of the Roman Catholic Church wants out from under that umbrella. And I understand why someone would want to, lump us all together. And I'm not saying that Catholics can't be saved. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying what the Roman Catholic Church is instructing us to do is to break the second commandment and worship Mary. Miriam was just an average Jewish girl who just happened to give birth to the Son of God.
Oh, okay.
Although she is to be respected, she's not to be prayed to because she's dead, which is necromancy.
Oh, okay. That would fall under the idea of a false idol.
Yes, sir.
Technically, yeah. Okay. Yeah, yes, I understand what you're saying there, but who started the Catholic Church? Was it Peter, as I understand it?
While he was hung upside down, crucified in Rome, I doubt it.
Well, yeah, but after the fact, wasn't the Catholic Church started by Peter?
No, that's what the Catholic Church claims. But remember, the Romans killed Peter. They can rewrite history all they want to and give everyone the Mandela effect, but they crucified Peter. Let's remember that.
Well, yes, no, I fully understand, but like I said, it really goes back to idolatry, and other churches use the crucifix also, and that would be a graven image,
right?
Yes. So I don't know about your particular denomination, but other denominations besides Catholics do use a crucifix as a symbol. Idolatry, symbolism, and well, it's like I say, it's like okay. I mean, that's between you all, because, like I said, I'm not part of it, so I can't say anything for or against it. I'm just asking, right? If you all disagree because of different practices based on certain parts, like the people who take up snakes. I think they're Southern Baptist or a denomination of Southern Baptist. They take up
what?
Pardon?
They take up what?
Snakes.
Oh, the radical Pentecostals, when they pick up snakes.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. I didn't recall what they were, what that denomination was, but yes, the radical Pentecostal. They take up snakes. So, like I said, technically, wouldn't that be idolatry? Because it's like a graven image, a living snake, obviously. But it's like I said, that's where it's like it conflicts. So, like I said, I can't really be critical because I'm not part of it. But I do respect it. It's your right. I support that right. But it's like most difficult to really reconcile that in my mind, being that everyone of the denomination say, well, we based it on this book. And okay, if you base it on that book, then why do you do this or that? Crucifix, the Virgin Mary, or taking up snakes, right? And then, well, like I said, that's where conflict comes in. But I'm not trying to conflict with what a person is thinking. But the point is, it's the practices, in the real world that seem to be at odds with other denominations within the umbrella of Christianity.
You won't find any of those things in my house, and I won't be drinking of any flesh or drinking of blood. I said that wrong, but you know what I mean. Yeah, there's no snakes in my house, no statues of Mary, nothing like that. I just try to stick to the book and do what it says.
Well, yes. Like I said, you've always been,
all the time. That's why I got metaphorical holes in the knees of my pants, because I fail a lot.
Well, yeah.
But I won't be handling no snakes, and if I get bit by a snake, I'm going to a doctor. I'm not going to pull a John Travolta and have faith and watch my son die. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yes. But you do understand I'm being respectful of your position, and
right. I understand.
I'm not trying to be critical or change your mind, but it's just like the questions I have based on all of these denominations, taking bits and pieces here and there, and using that as their foundation for the belief in Christ and or Christianity.
Yeah, the Baptists take the whole John the Baptist teaching and they run with it. And they're like, not going to read the book of Acts or anything after that. We're just going to read the book of John and maybe the first few chapters of the book of Matthew, and that's it. The Pentecostals take the book of Acts and they run with it. They're like, speaking in tongues, we can all do it, see? And then, the other groups, the Methodists, they dip the bread in the wine, which, whatever, if it makes you happy. I mean, there's all these different denominations, and it's because Christians believe that they're not allowed to debate and get to the bottom. And Jews, on the other hand, they have fierce debates, and they squash it. They work it out. So that's why Jews are not so divided, because they debate their shit, they work out their differences, and Christians are like, we're not allowed to debate. So that's why they're fractured into so many different groups and subgroups and subgroups and so on and so forth.
Oh yes.
They're scared of debating.
Yes. I don't know why, because if they could discuss and agree, versus debate, I think it'd be more unified. But as things turned out, well, obviously you gave plenty of examples, and well, that's the way that's the way it evolved.
But if you look in the early church in the book of Acts, brand new, baby church, they were, having discussions about stuff like circumcision and what, the Gentile converts, what laws they should follow. And they, looked in the scripture and did the best they could to work out, rules for Gentiles. And if you look at Acts 15, I think it specifically says something along the lines of, don't worship. This is two apostles talking to Greek Gentiles. It says, do not worship idols, do not drink the blood, and do not eat the meat of strangled beast, and do not have premarital sex or fornication or adultery. So that was it, like, for the new converts. Like, if you guys can just do these things, that'd be a great start, And nowadays, we don't argue about circumcision anymore. Nowadays, we argue over whether John 3:16, which says, "For God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever shall believe in Him shall not perish but have everlasting life." And somehow people interpret that as once saved, always saved. And that's usually what we argue about these days. The meaning of John 3:16.
Well, I was chatting with someone, I forget whom, but it just happened. Circumcision just came up and stuff, so I decided to Google it, right? And it comes to find out that the earliest documented circumcisions were in ancient Egypt. It's documented. So it's like, okay, did the Christianity or the Jews get that from Egypt, or did they just decide for themselves, since they had been enslaved by Egypt? Did they pick that up from ancient Egypt? Like, well, it didn't go that far into detail, but those questions came up in my mind, having had found that, well, the earliest documented circumcisions were in ancient Egypt. It's probably a vanity thing, but then Christianity adopted it differently. But that's neither here or there, because it's like, okay, that's what Christianity decided to do. Well, the Jews decided to do, not Christianity. That's different. But the Jews decided to do that.
Right, the Israelites. So basically, I've talked about this before. Abram was a Sumerian warlord, and he came out of Samaria and broke off and started his own monotheistic religion. And some of his followers eventually, or descendants, should I say, eventually made it into Egypt and eventually became slaves there. So yeah, it would be the first place it would have been documented. It could have been documented in Acadia or Babylonia, but it may not be the first documentation. But yeah, Egypt was really good at keeping records, writing it in stone, as it were. So yeah, it would make sense that that would be one of the first places, if not the very first place, that the Israelites would have been circumcising themselves, and it would have been documented by someone else that, hey, the slaves like to cut their penis off, or their penis skin, foreskins off, so let's make sure that they don't get infected. You know,
Yes.
don't want to lose any slaves to any rusty nails, you know.
Yeah. Yes.
So that would make sense. A lot of stuff comes out of Egypt. I'll give you that. At the end of most of the New Testament books, it says Amen, which of course we know is Amen Ra, which I don't ever say that. That's why. And Israel, is being Isis, Ra being the sun god, El being Elohim, or in singular form, El. So yeah, I'm aware of, you know, Israel and the Israelites and their pagan ways. I'm aware of that. I am. The Book of the Dead, it says, I have not killed, I have not stolen anything, I have not committed adultery, instead of saying, do not kill, do not steal, do not commit adultery. Yeah, I've read the Book of the Dead. It was pretty fascinating.
I think you should chat with Christian Hillbilly. I think that would be most interesting to listen to the both of you, because he claims to have done a lot of study, but when questioned, he just avoids it. Whereby, well, you studied it, and well, more than I have, obviously, but it would be so interesting to have the both of you chat, and well, I'd just like to listen because he says he's done 20 years of study and a whole bunch of other claims that he really doesn't back up, but you do back it up because, well, I mean, I mentioned something and you carry it forward, and I don't know how many years you've studied, but he said he was
not many.
Well, put it this way: you obviously, from listening to you and comparing to what he said, you seem to be more aware than he has over the 20 years experience that he claimed he had. So, like I said, it would be the most interesting conversation to listen to.
Yeah, get them on here. I'll talk with them. But yeah, you said earlier that you have questions. We're instructed to study so that we can show ourselves approved and be ready at any moment to answer any questions about the faith. So yeah, if he's a real Christian, he's supposed to be able to do that.
Well, no. What, like I said, I've only chatted with him twice, and both times he just wanted to use his 20 years experience as authorization and self entitlement. And you've said so much more than he has in both sessions that I've listened to him right now. You said more right now in both sessions that I listened to him. So it's like it would really be a treat to have the both of you chat.
Yeah, we'd probably disagree on a bunch of different things. Most Christians do disagree with me.
but you seem to be far more knowledgeable than they are. I guess it's just their fear and not wanting to look bad, being ignorant of things. But like I said, I can't be critical because I'm not part of that flow, if you will. You know, and so, like I said, maybe he'll show up, maybe he won't. But like I said, it would be most interesting to listen to the both of you chat.
So the Israelites found themselves in captivity quite a few times because they were being punished. The reason they were in Babylon, I think it was 70 years, is because they did not follow the Shemitah law, which says every seventh year, let the land rest. So for 50 years, or something like that, they didn't allow the land to rest, or maybe it was more than 50 years. Well, it came up to 70 years of the land resting. So they went to hang out in Babylon for a little while, what was left of them. And it's really amazing that they survived their time in Babylon, because in Babylon, they like to make eunuchs so that the slaves couldn't breed too much. I guess they learned from watching Egypt, or the history from Egypt, you know, not to let the slaves get too many in number, you know, something bad will happen. So eventually, somehow they made it out of there. And another time they went into captivity, I think it was because they were following after false gods. So the Israelites do kind of have a track record of, just like all humans, kind of screwing up from time to time. And the Christians are no different. You know, sometimes they go whoring after different gods, as it says in the Bible. Yeah, we're all kind of guilty of that, especially modern day Christians. They whore after the dollar. And if you think about it, you know, the dollar really is the religion of the day. You know, people worship money in so many different ways. So there's the one world religion. English is the one world language, or you could say the dollar. Because if money talks, everybody speaks dollar. And I guess the one world government would be the UN, or you could say it was the world banks. So, in my opinion, it's pretty obvious where we are on the timeline. We're at the precipice of the Great Tribulation, and I'm sure they said the same thing during World War II. You know, especially in Germany, probably. You know, this is the Great Tribulation. This is it. And you know what? I could be wrong. It could be 11:20, but to me, it seems like it's 11:59.
Yes, I understand. It's like it's always being said. You know, every time it comes up, you know, people say these are the end times. These are the end times, but no one seems to be right. You know, and everybody's saying, you know, these are the end times, but we're still going. I mean, in 2011, forget the man's name, but he, I think Harold Camping, he predicted, I think it was September 21st, 2011. He predicted that the world would end that day, and many of his followers spent all their money to advertise it, you know, helping him out, and he advertised all over the world, and then it never happened. And they're broke. Those people are broke because that one man said, I predict the end of the world to be such and such. And then he came back and he says, well, my math was wrong, and it would be later on in the year. And he was wrong again. And people are still broke because of it.
Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, date setters. Be wary of date setters. Be wary of gatekeepers. Be wary of disinfo agents. Be wary of all these things. Be wary of false messiahs, false teachers, and false preachers. See that no man deceive you. You know, Jesus Christ. See that no man deceive you. Paul, you know. I mean, we were definitely warned about these sort of people, you know, who come in his name, aka claim to be Christian, and they're really wolves in sheep's clothing. You know, they look like us, they talk like us, they got the lingo down and everything, the Shekinah glory. You know, they say the same things we say, but inside they're ravenous wolves, or at least they feed the wolf. You know, so yeah, date setters. Don't ever follow a date setter. We don't know, nobody knows when the time is going to be. So when people set dates, it's like, oh, you obviously haven't read Jesus' word where he claims that no man, not even himself, nobody but the Father knows the date of his coming. So date setters to me are kind of funny, because it's like, obviously you haven't read the book, you know, but I would say the same thing about the Pope, who says, I quote, a personal relationship with Jesus Christ outside of the church is dangerous, unquote. Apparently he's never read the book. And he also says that evolution and the Big Bang, it's okay to believe in that. Apparently he's never read Genesis. Over.
Well, no, it's you're right. You're right. Yeah, on every point. I can't disagree, because yes, that's what it says. That's what it says, and they are false prophets. And it's like you're right on every point based on the text in the Bible. That's what it says, and you're right. They apparently they either overlooked it.
Hi, people.
Hello, Nicholas.
Hi. Hi, Nicholas. They're Halloween October.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. First, I would like to just get to know you.
What?
He means, who are you? Where are you from? You don't have to say your real name, age, sex, or location, or anything like that. But who are you?
Because
I'll ask you a bunch of
I'm
questions.
Nicholas. I'm Brian Nicholas.
What?
I'm Brian Nicholas.
What country are you from?
I am Chile.
Are you male or female?
Oh, yes.
Are you in Canada or are you in the States?
Because
What, are you in Chile? Are you from Chile?
I am Chile.
Are you a boy or a girl?
A boy.
Okay. Are you very young?
Yes.
Okay. That's all we need to know. He's a child from Chile. His name is Nicholas. Welcome, Nicholas. You running?
He left.
Maybe he just wanted to say hi. He'll probably be back. We didn't tell him he had to go.
Yeah.
I guess I'll go ahead and give you guys my education. My education started when I left high school, to be honest with you. At first, I was only educated in getting to know the female anatomy. Oh, welcome back, Nicholas. So, after I stopped chasing females, got married and had a kid, not in that order. And when he got sick with cancer, when he was 2, that's when my education really began. So this would have been in 2005. In 2005, I figured out we were being lied to. Nicholas, you didn't have to go. I figured out we were being lied to about a lot of things, from the medicine industry, 9/11. You know, that's kind of where my education started. What you would call the conspiratorial education started in 9/11. Eventually, you know, I caught on to other things, but it started about 2005, 2006. Probably closer to 2006 with the 9/11 thing, and the medical stuff would have been May 2005. So I guess ever since then, I guess I was waking up slowly but surely. I got internet access shortly after that, all the way out in the boonies, and I guess about 6 years ago, I got this cell phone, or this service, not this particular cell phone, but this service, and it's been unlimited data this whole time. And because of my job, I'm able to listen to documentaries 40 hours a week. So I guess if you could call that an education, that's my education. Self-taught, learned from others just like everyone else, but I chose what I wanted to learn and pretty much learned it for free. I have no college debt. I feel pretty good about that because, man, I bet debt collectors really suck calling you at work, at home, and in between. But anyway, yeah, I had a thing for documentaries ever since I watched Loose Change, second edition. I think that was the first one I watched. But yeah, I was really pissed off about the whole 9/11 thing for a really long time, and to be honest, I kind of still am. I graduated, or I would have graduated in 2001. So as you can imagine, all my friends joined the military to go fight the evil terrorists. And a lot of them came back really messed up. And it really pisses me off because how should I put this? It was a false flag. And we've been to war with just about every country except Turkey, Israel, and Saudi Arabia and Iran in the area. I mean, we're droning Pakistan still to this day, even though they're kind of like saying, okay, that's enough. Okay, we said it was cool in the beginning, but it's only because we were scared of you. Can you please stop now? And it's like, no, we're going to keep droning Pakistan, you know. And let's see, Afghanistan or pipeline. I think Syria, pretty much everybody who didn't have a World Bank. So before 2001, there were 7 countries that didn't have a World Bank, and it was Cuba, North Korea, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Iran, Somalia, and Libya. So it's funny that all the bad guys didn't have a World Bank, and we're here to bring them democracy in the form of bombs. So, yeah, I feel a bit disassociated with the United States government because of it, because our boys and girls were sent over there and put in harm's way for bankers. Over.
That is funny.
No, it's not. Is it funny because that's what I believe and it's ridiculous, or what? I don't get it. How's that funny? It infuriates me. If that's a word.
It is funny that only the countries without a World Bank got attacked.
Okay, see, your sarcasm didn't come through. What Arnold was trying to say is funny that the bad guys were the same guys who didn't have a World Bank. Interesting.
Yes, I know. I was being ironic.
Yeah, no, Fed. I figured it out eventually. I just want to point out that, call me an old-fashioned Bible thumper, but just like the story of David and Goliath, I think that the only time you fight is when it's absolutely necessary, and you should not send the U.S. military, put them in harm's way unless it's absolutely necessary. And I fail to believe that Iraq could seriously endanger the United States, or even Europe, for that matter. And I think there's estimated from anywhere from 500,000, conservatively, to 1 million dead Iraqis, and yes, I'm talking men, women, and children, civilians, because of weapons of mass destruction that they never found. So that kind of pisses me off to think that all those people died and they never found the weapons of mass destruction. And what really pisses me off is George Bush saying that something along the lines of, yeah, we'll never sleep, we'll never rest until we get this, evil terrorist, Osama bin Laden. And then later on, they asked him about Osama bin Laden. He's like, tell you the truth, we really don't spend that much time on him. You know, and then he's joking around at the podium saying, those weapons of mass destruction's got to be somewhere. You know, and he knows they're not there. He knew that Saddam was trading oil with the petrodollar, cutting out the middleman, as it were, and apparently you don't do that. Gaddafi was trying to make a gold-backed currency for when he sells his oil. Something, and he did the difference between monopoly money and the United States Treasury notes, or Federal Reserve notes, sorry, is that people believe in the dollar. If people believed in monopoly money, that'd be our currency. So I guess faith really does make fake things real. So
not only the leaders are evil, the citizens in their country are just as bad. If you put together the selfishness and dishonesty of millions of people, that explains the acts of entire nations. That is why I am studying Nazism, to understand how the Germans could let it happen, and how the world could let Germany do that.
funny thing about Nazism, most of it was written by the winners of World War II. So good luck with finding the truth.
Hitler was clearly a dictator, and no one denies that. Dictators are always bad.
You know, democratically elected presidents can be bad too.
But still better than dictators.
Well, I mean, if you only have to buy off one president once every 8 years, you know, it's not really that expensive. I think that's why the American people want different terms for congressmen. I don't think politicians were ever meant to be a career. I think that it's supposed to be like the farmer, you know, he's getting close to his 60s and he's made his money, so he's going to take, you know, a seat at the Congress for a couple years and then get back to doing what he was doing before. I don't think it was meant to be, you know, 30, 40-year occupation. Politicians are like diapers.
Yeah.
You know, I've looked at both sides of the Nazi coin, and you're right about Hitler being a dictator. I believe he was also an occultist. Go ahead. I thought you were going to say something. And I believe he was also a Zionist because he didn't want the Jews there. He wanted them to have their own place somewhere else. So the neo-Nazis, or the modern-day Hitler supporters, they'll say that Hitler was a good guy, and I do not believe it. I believe he was an evil man. Now, whether he's responsible for 6 million, I don't know. I mean, it's funny that that number comes up every time, and nobody talks about the 27 million Russians. You know, nobody ever talks about that. When was the last time you heard that number in an honest conversation about World War II? said it. So 27 million, they're just white people.
Say, Hank, this is an aside. Friday, right? What? Well, I think Jose de Mello and Ken Staniford, they basically got me to agree to strum a guitar to Wild Horses by the Rolling Stones. So if you want to look it up, it's Munson Covers. I can put the link in the side chat. And I figured if you'd like, you can study up on it too, because well, it also lists, you know, the bass notes. Well, it's got the chords right and the words, but in like a little sidebars there, right? It also got, you know, the notes for the bass player. So I figured, right, if you're interested, Friday, I don't know what time though. They're going to get together, and I was just going to strum the part, and they were going to do a sing along to it. And well, you're most welcome. I figured, you know, we could get you involved, and you're a bass player. Hey, man, you know, join in. Anyway, Mike out.
Man, I would love to, but I got to work on Fridays. Sorry, man. I really would love to, though. Thanks for the invite.
It's cool. It's cool. All right, you've been working on it. Go for it, Hank.
Yeah, I've been practicing a little bit. I don't feel confident yet. I've been working on this one because it's really easy to play. So you would think it'd be easy to play and sing at the same time, but it's not. I'm sure you heard me play it before. It's not easy to sing and play at the same time. It's like I don't have enough horsepower in my brain. I don't have enough brain power to do both.
Well, yeah, but let's be fair about it. Let's be fair about it. You haven't really practiced, you know, trying to put it together. You don't know. You know, it's like, you know, you haven't tried it. You know, you got to get there first before you can decide if you can or can't do it. Because you said you were a bass player, so. And now you're playing guitar, so well, yeah, man, it takes a little time. I'm sure you could, you know, like work on a simple tune, and you know, you could slowly build up to it. But you know, calling yourself out before you even get in the ring, let's not jump to that conclusion.
Right, it is hard, man.
Oh yeah, I agree. It, you know, it takes effort. I mean, I could do it, but it's not like I could do it automatically when I first started out. You know, I had to build up to it.
Looks like we got a troll or whatever that is here. What's up, troll?
How you doing, all right? Play more guitar. Dion loves it.
Who loves it?
Dion Corner.
I don't know who that is, but okay.
He's like.
I'll give you a rift.
He goes like this: Armando, Down Corner, Flat Earth, you.
Oh, okay.
Ronan,
I see.
Yeah, down.
You're saying down.
The drink in his hand. The drink in his hand guy.
Gotcha. All right, here we go. Whoops, that's not right. What am I doing wrong here?
Oh, you do sound like him.
All right, there it is.
Actually, that's all right. That's pretty good.
I messed up. I know you're supposed to keep going. I know, but I always mess up. This was one of my most influential bands growing up. Tool. I never get tired of it. It's so much different than stuff like Nirvana, which was kind of the repetitive music.
I like Tool.
Tool, yes.
Perfect
Good stuff, right?
all that lot. Good shit, that.
Yeah.
Tool's
It's,
one of my favourite bands, actually, now you mention it. I love them. Awesome.
It's math metal, so the drummer is like some kind of evil genius on the drums, and he takes different time signatures and he adds them up to what the guitar player is playing. Anyway, it's interesting. You know that one?
Is that 10,000
Wish I could play the whole thing through. What?
Is that on the 10,000 Days album?
No. Let's see. I think I can do that one. 10,000 Days of the Pot.
Lateralis, yeah, I do know that one actually. That's a good song. Lateralis.
That was the bass line on the guitar, by the way.
But I don't know like
I'm not
any of the
exactly
songs. I
supposed to
just
do
like know numbers and shit like that.
Yeah, The Pot. That's a good one.
Oh yeah. Who are you to?
What were you saying? Everyone. Well, yeah, they're the. You have to understand, we have life so good for a reason, you know? I mean, we use a cheap material, which is plastic. Name even your TV, you know, is made out of plastic. All but the actual computer components. We have plastic everything. You know? You never see anything made out of metal other than a car or something
My
like that.
iPhone's made out of metal.
It is? There's no plastic used for it?
Cars are mainly plastic now too.
Yeah. Everything's
iPhone
fucking
best.
plastic. Hey, it's either an iPhone 7 and lose your, you know, jack, or you can get an exploding block of C4. Oh, my bad. The Note 7.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, they're fucking flamethrowers, man.
Not the iPhone, no, that's why it's plastic.
No, the reason why the iPhone's the best, well, it's pretty shit. I mean, if you ever move to Android, you can see. But, right now, I mean, they're really, for their accessories, they're making a, there's a reason why they removed the phone jack and shit. Well, not the phone jack, but the fucking, music jack. The 3.5 millimeter jack. There's a reason why they did that. You wanna know why? Monopoly. All their phones
Money.
are going to have... Yeah. All their phones are going to have their product. No other product. Unless the third party gets a license for it.
I have a...
I've got wireless headphones. They last me a whole 12 hours at work. Takes about 2 hours to charge.
If the people buy it, why not?
So I was being caught out by it and I thought, oh, it doesn't matter, I'll go and get my other headphones. And I go grab them and think, oh shit, I can't plug them in. But it's no biggie, I just read the book for 2 hours. Come on, let's go.
You have to charge your earbuds? That's gotta suck. I know when I grabbed an expensive pair of earbuds, they cost, I think they cost like $80. The sound was shit where it was wireless. So far, all the wireless earbuds I found sound shit.
I'm well happy with mine. I've been using the last 5 years job, but normal headphones actually go right in your ear. The quality.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, no, what's not broke? The jack. Oh, wait, never mind. Doesn't exist anymore. That's why it's not broke.
I still think, why do they keep changing shit lately?
Well, that's the thing. They want it so you have to buy.
Yep. So you have to get it.
just go to the fish and chip shop, get myself some fish, get the dog a sausage, off to work. Is somebody kicking him out or something? Yeah.
Hello, Luke.
I'll be
Who
back
are
in
you?
a bit. He's still here.
Hello, Luke.
I don't see Hitler as evil, nor do I see him as crazy. He was just a very intelligent politician, hardened by World War I, who's succeeding in implementing his plans. And if you apply the strength of Germany to his ideas, then you get those results.
You know, I can't really say that everything he did was incorrect. When you really look at the history and you see about how he took Germany as pretty much a failed financial state after World War I, and then he turned it into a superpower.
Hey, Pink.
And, yeah.
Said my name earlier.
What?
You said hi, Luke.
Oh, hey. How you doing, buddy? Where are you from?
It's me, Luke Pig. This is an alt.
What?
It's me, Look a Pig. This is an alt.
Oh, hey, how you doing, Look a Pig? Didn't recognize you.
Oh, it's been a while since you've been on.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen you.
Thought you died. Bobby
No, I'm
finally
good.
got to you. Last time I heard you, you yelled, "Damn it, Bobby," and left.
That's funny. Yeah, I was going to go ahead and finish what I was saying real fast. Hitler basically made a shitload of bad decisions on purpose, in my opinion. I get it that the Germanic tribes have always had a fight till you die type scenario, but in modern warfare, meaning warfare where we have the ability to send a message over a long distance via a short time.
Call of Duty.
No, I meant everything after the American Civil War where we had phone lines. In modern warfare with instant communications, there's no reason to fight like barbarians anymore. And if you look at the World War II documentaries on the East Front, Hitler was making so many bad decisions that, in my opinion, he lost the war on purpose.
Well, if he wanted to lose the war, it's easy to just say, "I quit."
Was in prison, cure the oil fields in the southeast of Germany by taking on the Russians and beating them to the punch. Instead of him doing that, he went after Mussolini. Well, by the time he freed Mussolini and got back on track, it was winter. And
Well, that could
The-
be. May I interrupt? That could be an easy decision.
Yeah, go ahead.
He probably thought that the moral boost from taking back his own land would help his soldiers, Patriot style. Also, not every decision, we have the insight of what happened and why the war ended. He didn't have that. He was making it up as he went, He was with problems that he had to solve himself. If I knew exactly what was going to happen in the future, I would do the right thing every time.
I think Hitler's big mistake was fighting two fronts. He shouldn't have gone to the Eastern Front, and had he stayed, fighting, the Western Front, he'd have accumulated more power, and over time he could have gone after Russia. But the fact that he stretched his troops both east and west, I think that was the major strategical error on his part. His arrogance.
Well, that was just him being cocky. I consider.
Well, he knew not to do it. He said even school children know not to fight a war on two fronts. So he knew what he was doing.
Yep, it's pretty neat.
But yeah, it's my opinion that after what was it, Stalingrad, he should have been issuing fallback orders, but instead it was fight to the last man, which is amateur mistake, if you ask me, on war strategy, real-time strategy games. I don't give a fuck about those, units that die. But I still order a fallback. We're talking about real men fighting in a war, and every time they weren't ordered to fall back, the Russians would come and surround them and kill them all against the Geneva Convention. And the Russians would advance, move to the next stronghold, surround them, kill them all. And eventually the Germans were like, fuck Hitler, we're fucking retreating. We saw what happened the past 5 times in a row. We're not doing that. So, in my opinion, if Hitler would have said fall back, first of all, the United States got attacked Japan, Pearl Harbor. What did that have to do with fucking Hitler?
Nothing.
Nothing,
Other than
absolutely
them being
nothing.
allies. That's it.
Right. So because Japan attacked us, we have the right to go fight a war for Britain? No.
Well, it's that, and also we seen what was going on. I say we wouldn't want something like that to happen. I mean, we didn't give a fuck about the Jews, us Americans. Like, we gave no shit about the Jews. Like, when Jews refugees were to come, we would just send them over, Like, fuck you, keep
Right.
on going.
So the Russians, they had machine guns at the back of the soldiers, and when they would try to run and retreat, because sometimes they were being sent in action with nothing but a magazine, when they would run and retreat, they would get mowed down by their own Russian soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
So the Russians didn't want to fight that war. I guess the United States did because of propaganda. I don't think Germany wanted to fight the war. If you look at the swastika before World War II, didn't mean peace. So he was basically waving a peace sign. Wasn't he, Ronan?
Yes. The swastika did have meaning of peace before World War II.
Yeah, the swastika before World War II? Because
Yes.
after World War II...
After World War
you know,
II, the swastika was corrupted by Hitler.
Right.
Because
so now
of,
the new peace sign is the upside down broken cross. That's the new peace sign.
No.
1960s hippie movement, the peace sign.
I thought the peace sign was fucking...
It's a Mercedes symbol.
No, the actual one.
What do you mean, like 2 fingers, the bunny ears?
No, it's
Richard Nixon's
an
not-
upside down swastika.
Well,
That
swastika
had
is symmetrical.
Well, it was the sideways swastika. It's the one where the fucking swastika was actually the swastika before Hitler grabbed it. There's two types of swastikas. One where it's on its side, and then the one where it's, the German one.
Well, you guys can judge me by my rhetoric. Whatever you want to say about me, I don't care.
Yeah,
I was
well,
not
either
for
way,
Germany. I was not for Britain.
I think
the United States had no business in that war. Or the first one.
Yeah. I think if I remember correctly, fuck, what's our symbol? I guess the white flag. I guess that's our flag of peace now. Our symbol of peace. There's many symbols of peace, Depends on where you're from.
Well, around here it's the deuces, the two fingers.
Yeah. Which is weird when you think about it.
Well, I think it's in the Bible that you're supposed to say peace. You've heard the word shalom.
Shalom.
Surely. Yeah, it means peace. So we're supposed to say peace, like at the end of our conversation. So like at the end of me getting off of here, you might hear me say, peace, I'm out. Or peace out, or deuces, which is all me saying peace on the way out.
I usually say I gotta go watch some porn, see ya. But that's just the type of person I am. So where have you been, Hank? Here lately.
I've been here, hanging out on Armando's channel. Armando lets me talk about things freely and doesn't try to censor my speech.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. I've had
Armando's a
other
bit mad at
channels.
me.
Oh, he'll be alright. He gets over it quick. I've had other channels tell me not to talk about the Bible, and I think I've only been in there once since then. Once or twice since then.
There's a lot of, falseness in the Bible. I mean, it's the most corrupt book I know of.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you know? Have you read the whole thing?
No, the creation of it.
The creation of it. And
Yeah,
where was it
200
created?
years after Jesus supposedly died, it was created by the Romans.
It was 325 AD, the Council of Nicaea, and it was compiled by the
Yes,
Romans.
and voted upon. The churches
Right, so you
voted
know how-
upon what was holy or not.
You know how when you're watching porn, there's compilations of like a
Yes.
bunch of different porn videos mixed into one?
Yeah,
Now, the
and I
person who
understand
made-
that.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah. But what I'm talking about is
Rome
when the
compiled the
Bible,
book.
yes, when the books were selected, it was like 40 churches. It was so many churches that voted upon what was holy or not, what should go in the book. And what ended up happening was we got the book that we see today. But here's the thing: they voted upon many, many books, and any books that were not considered holy were ended up destroyed. Okay, in my opinion, that's a bit hypocritical. These are many books that we could have seen today, even if they were not holy books. What they thought were holy, it could be a book
I agree.
going on about science. That's not holy. You can't have that.
I agree.
There could have
I'm with you
been,
100%.
information about how our DNA by God, how DNA was corrected. They would not understand that and say that's not holy.
Okay, so I've selected 3 books that absolutely belong in the text, and I can't make up my mind on the last one. There's 66 books in the canonized text.
Well,
That's
there could be
Enoch.
more. It doesn't just have to be 66.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. I'm saying that the book of Enoch is missing. It should be the first book.
Never heard
Then
of the
should
book
be
of
Job.
Enoch.
Right, you probably haven't. Comes out of Ethiopia. And Ethiopia has close ties with Queen of Sheba and Solomon. You can look that up.
Okay.
Anybody can find that information. The book of Jasher, the book of Jubilees. Those 3 books definitely belong So I'm at 69 books right now that definitely belong. I'm pretty sure the Book of Judas is legit. Judas Iscariot. The Book of Mary is kind of questionable.
Which is
I'm
the
not really
book-
100% sure.
Which is the small book they found about part of Jesus' life where he was married to Mary the Scarlet Harlot or whore?
Yeah, that's probably propaganda against Mary.
No, it's
the prostitute.
Yeah, he. There's a book that claimed he was married to her, like he ended up
Right.
marrying her.
Right.
After saving her. I was wondering which book that was. A lot of
I don't
people
know.
usually know of it, but
I
it's
think it
not
was
that
like a
Mary
fragment
was.
of a scroll or something. I don't think it's a
Yeah.
entire book.
Well, which I mean, it has
It's
just as much
interesting to look at.
credibility as the Bible, in my opinion, as the books itself.
Other than the fact that they're conflicting stories. But yeah, to be honest with you, it's not that I don't like the Book of John. I just know that like all of the false doctrines just about come out of the Book of John.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I kind of wish that book wasn't in there. If you read Matthew, Mark, and Luke,
Well, that's the thing. You can vote upon what you
Those-
think is holy
those
or not,
books-
because they did
those
when they
books line up
created the Bible.
perfectly. For example, Matthew 24, Luke 21, Mark 13. They line up flawlessly as far as I'm concerned. Parallel verses, anyway. And the Book of John, crickets.
Well, that's the thing.
So-
What you could do is add that book to your personal Bible. I mean, they voted upon what was holy or not. Man did. So it's
Right.
up to you to sort it out and pick.
And
what
they
you
were
want.
pagan men. They were pagans. The Romans were pagan at the time.
No, it wasn't Romans. It was churches that picked.
The Council of Nicaea was pretty much handpicked by the Caesar of the day because he was in charge.
I
And
swear it
they-
was churches that picked. That's what I read in history. A bunch
I
of
don't know, man.
churches gathered to pick what was considered holy or not.
I don't know.
I have to
Basically,
get the source.
I'm not Roman Catholic, so I'll read whatever the fuck I want. And if I want to read the Apocrypha, I'll read it. Nobody can
But you
stop
see
me.
what I mean by, what's all in the Bible and how a lot of it's corrupt. Like, it's literally chosen what was holy or not, and it was picked, It wasn't what was registered, all of it. It was just like, I like this and this and this, but I don't like this.
Right, the canonized text was cherry-picked. You're right.
Yeah.
And who's to say if they were correct or not? I get it. I'm with you.
Yeah, that's why I don't really fall into the whole religion thing. That, and I go through observation what I can see today, and I've never seen a miracle or anything like that. I've seen, people become sick and be cured by a doctor and say it was God when it was actually the doctor.
Yeah, but when they don't cure them, they say, well, it was just his time to go, God's will.
No, it's everyone's time to go due to the fact we live and die. It's part of living, is dying. No matter what, you're going to end up dying. You're going to end up dying.
That's the one thing that's guaranteed.
Yep. How you die, you don't know. But my grandmother survived 9 months after she was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. And she fought to the
Damn.
very last breath.
I was going to say she fought it. She didn't give up, did she?
No. She used to walk around with a broken hip. The cancer attacked her hip. It broke her hip, and she walked around 3 months with a broken hip. We took her to a doctor like 3 or 4 times. Eventually, they found the fracture. Same thing happened with her neck. The neck, first it was the hip, and then they checked her neck because she was having neck pain and they couldn't find anything. And eventually it got worse. The cancer attacked it more so they could actually find it. But yeah,
Sorry to hear about your
she
grandma.
walked around with a broken neck for a couple months there. A complete broken neck. I mean, it was crumbling. They literally life flight her to another upstate hospital, like a bigger hospital.
So she had osteoporosis because of chemo?
No, because of the cancer. She had bone degradation. The cancer was attacking the bone. It was stage 4.
Did she
Started-
undergo chemotherapy and radiation?
No, only radiation.
Okay, so radiation would attack the bone marrow.
The
far as the
bone was
bone
already
itself.
degrading before the cancer. That's how we found the cancer,
Right.
was her hip replacement.
Oh, gotcha.
But yeah. Her first hip
Yeah, it sucks,
broke.
dude.
Her right hip broke, and then eventually it hit the left. But yeah, she
That
was a
sucks.
fighter. I mean, she cooked Thanksgiving dinner with a broken hip.
That's amazing, dude.
Yep. Okay, what do I want?
Lots of cancer around these parts. I live in East Texas, so
A lot of cancer everywhere.
as you can, yeah, I agree. But as you can imagine, being farm country, we've used lots of pesticides,
Mhm.
which are known to be carcinogenic. Some people, like Mr. Monsanto, will argue that it's a possible carcinogen. But I'm gonna go ahead and say it's safe to say that it's a carcinogen. If it kills bugs, it probably is harmful to humans. So it's in our water.
I mean,
It's in our
cigarette
soil.
smoke can kill a bird, but yet it does nothing to a human. Secondhand smoke, really. My opinion. You know your non-stick coated pans, Hank.
What'd you say?
You know the non-stick coated pans.
Oh yeah, we don't use those. Cast iron in my house.
Well, that's enough to kill a bird.
Yeah, we don't use that shit in my house. We got stainless steel and cast iron.
Mm. Also, what else can kill a bird?
Gas.
Salt, gas, yeah. Carbon monoxide,
rice,
yeah. Birds are fucking fragile.
That's where we get the canary in the coal mine thing. So yeah, birds,
yeah.
frogs, these are the animals that you want to watch.
I mean-
frogs have porous skin, so they'll be the first to die if there's ever some kind of disaster. Have you ever thought about, the plagues of Egypt, where they give it to you in order, and at first it's the, isn't it the, I can't remember if it's the water, but if you think about it, like logically, if the water was bad, what would happen? Like all the frogs would come out of the Nile, and they would flood the streets of Egypt. And then all the bugs would then be swarming around the dead frogs' corpses and, eventually bite the Egyptians. And like when you think about all those plagues, like in the order that they came, it makes perfect sense. Let me see if I can pull that up. Am I still on? Yeah, okay. All right, I don't know if you're still there. Can anybody hear me?
See.
All right. So water turns to blood. Okay, so everything in the river has got to come out. The frogs, amphibians come out. The gnats, the flies, and once the gnats and the flies are on the dead frogs, you're not supposed to touch dead animals because you can get diseases. And when the flies and the gnats crawled on the dead frogs, then it got on the livestock, and then eventually the humans, and the hail of fire. A lot of ancient cultures, when they talk about fire, they're talking about fever. So the fire within would have been the people getting sick and the fever. And the locust, not really sure how that works.
I've got a distiller. I distill water and drink it. Does that mean that I'm stupid?
No, that means that you're smart.
Why does that mean that I'm smart?
And I don't really understand the darkness or the death of the firstborn. But the first 7 make absolute sense to me. Like, that's what would happen if the Nile turned to blood. Like all the frogs, the fish would die, obviously, but the frogs could escape the water, so they would get out. And the gnats and the flies would be all over the dead fish and the dead frogs. It would eventually get on the livestock, humans, fever, and I guess locusts are known for eating whatever they can, so maybe they ate up all the green crops. Darkness would be people dying, and the firstborn, I guess, would be, yeah. So, I mean, the Bible, like, it makes sense to me. Like, when I look at it, like, literally, it makes sense.
So what he's saying? He's saying the water's not dirty.
No. I mean, the water is very dirty. I drink distilled water.
So
Distilled
what
means
do you
pure,
mean that
right?
if the water was bad, then all the animals would jump out? What's your point then?
Oh, did you not catch the beginning? I was talking about the plagues of Egypt.
Okay. Well, my general knowledge probably ain't up to scratch with you lot, so maybe that's why.
It's okay, no problem. You can check the book out for yourself. I know that the Europeans don't really like the Bible too much, do you?
Don't like what?
The Bible?
Europeans. I'm English, yeah. Not European. Fuck's sake.
Sorry, fella. I'm an American idiot, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, what were you saying that we don't like doing? Sorry?
No, I was saying that the people from the UK and also the people from Europe don't like the Bible.
Yeah, I don't do the Bible, if I'm honest. I've tried to. I've even bought one. I never did read it. And then apparently, like, if you read the Bible, you know, because people that have got, like, religions, they can use that to get themselves out of trouble, to do certain things in them. So that's why I was trying to learn the Bible, just so I could use it to my advantage against the laws or something like that.
Yeah, if there's ever a shit hits the fan type thing and you got to have a bug out bag in case you need to get the fuck out of Dodge, I would recommend one of the things that you carry be a Bible. That way, if you ever come across any Bible thumpers and, you know, you need help, you study the shit out of that Bible and learn it real quick and blend in, because the Bible thumpers will help you if they think that you're one of them.
Yeah, I know people that, like, they're not like Bible bashers, whatever. Like, they don't like completely believe in God and all that stuff. But but they do certain things. They would use that to justify what is law and what is natural, like stuff like that. I probably can't explain it too much in such a little time bracket, but yeah.
I get it. Yeah, the Bible isn't there for me to tell you how to live your life. In my opinion, it's there for me to know how to live mine. Like, if you don't really dig it, I'm not going to tell you that you need to. But the book itself says that you need to. So it's in between you and God, not me.
Yeah, I've never been into that sort of stuff. I'm just me. I'm like a really simple man without being like simple as in like special needs simple. A natural man. No,
Right.
I'm not really. I'm not very well educated and that. I'm just a normal guy. And most of you guys probably like read a lot and study a lot and shit like that.
Well, you're talking to Americans, so you probably got us beat on education, at least state-sponsored education. So what's the atmosphere, the political atmosphere like after the Brexit? Was it all the things that you feared it was going to be, or?
Well, absolutely nothing, but we're all racist now. Anyone who voted out, we're all racist. It's fucking irritating. I ain't racist. I've got all sorts of like friends that are different colours and cultures, whatever you call it. I can't think of the words. It's just stupid getting accused of that. I just wanted a little bit of freedom, I guess. Not being governed by like all them other countries and paying into all that. Because we're like a rich country, a richer country than some, it felt like we were putting in more than what we were getting out of it. And other countries were getting it easy.
Yeah, I understand what you mean by racist. Racist is the N-word for the white man. So if someone calls you racist and has no really reason, look up the definition of racist, and this is my own personal definition. Someone is racist is someone who wants to oppress, suppress, or wishes harm or ill will towards different ethnicities. And if you do not wish to oppress or suppress or wish ill will or harm or have animosity towards people of different ethnicities, then you're not a racist. And they just drop the N-word on you, and
but
you need to correct them.
It's having some force, isn't it? It's having some force. Everyone's using it. And those white men are getting put back a few steps just when that word's mentioned.
Don't let people control you by using words. You don't have to defend yourself when someone calls you a racist. You don't have to say, I have black friends. You have to say, I have no animosity towards people of different ethnicities. Therefore, I am not racist. You're a liar. That's what you say. You call them a liar. Because, like, basically, the word nigger, it means a person who is unclean and basically doesn't take care of themselves or handle their business very well. And it's been used to oppress, suppress people of color in the United States, at least.
I like using the word nigger. And it might sound stupid, but you know, I've watched loads of American movies and that, so we have a hard influence of like American shit over here, I reckon, from the music,
right,
and from the movies, and I just use it as a messing about between my friends and that. I don't like the fact that we can't say it to black men and like they're allowed to just keep saying it themselves. I think, what's that all about? I'm not calling you a nigger as in like a bad thing, but not that I go around calling black men niggers, but do you know what I mean? Like, I just think it's a bit shit how they're allowed to say it and we're not.
Yeah, that's the true form of suppression. That's actual racial suppression right there, what you just described. One group of ethnic people are allowed to say something and the other group of ethnic people are not. That's oppression.
I was in a hangout with a load of black guys about 6 months ago, and I was getting really angry. Like, what the fuck, man? You ain't allowed to say that. You realise that we're fucking all black men here and getting all like crazy on me and that. I felt a bit uncomfortable, but just being honest. Yeah, I ain't.
You know, it's really easy. Sorry, go ahead.
Nah, you go. I thought it was silent, so I'm just gonna talk shit. You talk.
When you do say the word, try to put a at the end, nigga. That way, it doesn't sound so bad. When they say it to one another, they put an a at the end. When racist white men use it, they put a hard R at the end. So avoid the hard R, and you should be okay. If someone wants to fight you over a word, then they're probably, how shall I say this? They probably have a low IQ. So, yeah, it's just a word. You shouldn't let people control you by words. And I understand that it's a very emotional packed word. I wouldn't recommend going into a bar and saying, fuck all you niggers with a hard R. I wouldn't recommend that, but it's really hard to get along with people. Let's say Muslims, for example. It's going to be hard for me to go to a Muslim country. As they say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. That's so you don't get fucking beat the shit out of or possibly beheaded by the Romans. So you obey the law of the land wherever you go. We're instructed to do this in the Bible. So in Muslim countries, I'm not going to fit in very well because I like to drink beer sometimes. Even though it's only one at a time, I still like to drink a beer, you know, sometimes once or twice a month, sometimes no months at all, depending on how stressed I get. But my point is, when certain people come into European countries, they're like, they don't know about the when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So I get it that sometimes oil doesn't mix with water, and that causes racial tension. And it's all by design. All the people coming out of Syria, the immigrants that are going into Europe, they're not all Syrians, because let's face it, a lot of Syrians were killed. And it's all by design, I think. It's apparent to me that the elite are waging war against Europeans. And call me a racist for saying that, whatever, I don't give a shit. It's just a word. Water off my back.
Yeah, I must admit, I think I did feel an element of doubt in saying that in that group, what I did, but it's been something that was playing on my mind for, not that I go into great depths about thinking about it, but it was something that's always been in the back of my mind when I didn't see myself as being racist towards black men.
Well, guys, it's been real talking to you. I got some house cleaning to do. So I'm going to get on off of here. Maybe listen to some documentaries while I work. Peace. Goodbye, Arnold.
See ya, Hank.
I'm good. See you later.
See ya.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Good morning.
Hola.
How are you?
Pleasant.
Good.
Better than yesterday, not as good as tomorrow.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the evidence that we could be living in a simulation?
I don't know.
Uncle Fat, can you hear me?
Sensi.
Good morning.
What's up?
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
What did you think about yesterday's debate?
It was great.
John was trying to paint me as anti-Semitic.
You and Bobby and the others interacted very well.
Until he started calling me anti-Semitic.
You still did not accept the invitation to be a moderator on my channel.
That's right. Earth Discussions is using bots. And I went in there last time and crashed this whole program. There was only like 5 or 6 people viewing. I did it just to piss them off.
I meant you did not accept my invitation to be manager. I sent it to your mama's email.
I deleted that email already, man. I deleted that Google Plus account. I'm gonna send it to you again through these Hangouts. Do you have access to the Hangouts? Do you know how to?
Oh, that is why. Send it again.
Wait, tell me if you can see this chat room. Can you see the internal Hangouts? The messages?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
First, I would like to just get to know you.
I need to get to know you.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want to have them answered immediately.
You ask a question?
Yeah.
Ask away.
Who is your daddy, and what does he do?
He is a governor.
Good.
Well, you must be very proud of yourself.
Nah, last time I seen my dad, he was shooting some motherfuckers with an Uzi.
I was so
Oh, fuck.
pissed.
What?
Last time I seen my father, he was shooting a bunch of these motherfuckers with an Uzi. We don't really talk about him anymore.
Come on, don't bullshit me.
I'm not, man. It's on film. I mean, I literally saw him shoot a bunch of motherfuckers with an Uzi. But yeah, it was in a theater. I seen this kid with his look like nephew screaming "Go, go!"
What are you talking about?
I don't know, man. Screaming "Go, go!" with the 10-year-old uncle. I'm bored. So, Flat, what are you up to, man? What happened to your channel? You never post anymore. Or up, go live. Oh, fuck. Into school, shooting a teacher.
I am starting a new channel with a bunch of managers. Do you want to participate?
Sure, why not?
Would you like to be hosting Google Hangouts?
I could host. Oh, fuck. Hold on, let me grab something.
Can I send you an invitation?
Yes, you may. I wonder why you never speak. I mean, I eat my voice too, but you're someone I know. That's it.
Yeah. I'm a
So
lawyer.
that's a confirmation that you're someone everyone knows.
You know, I think you got the wrong impression about me.
Ah, okay. Yeah, everyone knows you. I know the secret.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for confirming.
Can you give me your Gmail address linked to your Google account?
Yes, sure. I'll send it to you as a hangout.
Thank you.
Can you post an email in the no, wait, fuck. Let me think this through.
Yes.
Do you have access to your messages on the YouTube channel? The Flat Earth Discussions channel. Or no. Debates channel, yes. Sorry, everything gets blurred anymore. Too many channels, too many names. Everyone picked a similar name. And
I
it was
posted
fucking
my
bullshit.
email in the side chat.
That's the problem. I'm on a mobile. Let me go here. People. Okay, you are the great Flat Earth
Can you send me a
Debates.
private message on Flat Earth Debates?
That's what I'm doing now. Okay, so start a hangout. So, sending his. All right, send me an email. I have a business email. lookapigofficial@gmail.com. Problem solved.
Look a pig official is one word.
Yes. This is the game that's going to kill me. I'm going to have a heart attack and drop dead on this game. It's called Outlast, and it's a horror game that bugs me.
Is one word. I will invite you there.
Okay. But yeah, that's the email, @gmail.com.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, fuck. What was that? I'm playing Outlast. You're fuck. Cunt. Not you. The random dead body that jumped in front of me and yelled. Guess he wasn't dead yet.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Yes.
I sent you the invitation to officially look a pig.
Anybody home?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, hello.
Good
sounds like you're all in agreement about something. Yes.
How are you?
I'm all right. I could be wealthier.
Good.
Could be a lot wealthier.
Yeah. First, I would like to just get to know you.
Well, you first got to buy me dinner. And then you got to buy me chocolate. And then you got to put me in a cab home.
That is funny.
You know it. Is this an actual flat Earth debate, or is it just a live hangout for no reason? And why is Armando not broadcast? Tell me that much.
We are not very active today.
All right. Well, why don't you broadcast Armando? Somebody's in there unbroadcast.
We did not have the controls.
Oh, okay. Can I see this? Yes, I can see this. Unknown, whoever that is. Oh, Armando, you should have controls.
He is not here now.
Ew. Oh, yeah, you're right. No, he is. I think. Oh, well, whatever.
Negative.
Negative. Negative. So are we going to go for a record hangout of 24 hours plus, or what are we going to do? We want to start something new in YouTube, right? We want to be pioneers. We want to lead the way. We want to be first to the post.
Anything you want it, you got it.
Ooh. You're hired.
Yes. That's right.
That's right. So that 9-hour show that I put that was recorded yesterday, during the show, at some point, I left and I went took my dog out for a walk, had a couple of hours sleep, and then I came back, and it was still carrying on. It was amazing.
Yes, it was interesting.
Well, it proved a point anyway, right? And also, nobody sniped the hangout for 9 hours. Think about that. And it was a public hangout.
Yes, very nice.
Very nice.
We also got 36 ratings.
What does that mean? 36 views? Let's see. Debates.
36 thumbs down.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. There were no thumbs up, but all thumbs down. It was pretty funny. Loved
Kinky.
it. Love it. Flat Earth debates. Shit, where the hell is it?
How are you today?
I'm all right. How are you?
Lukapig. He will also be a manager.
Yes, hello.
I'd like to have an argument, please. I'd like to have an argument.
What type of dog do you have?
I have a terrier cross. A terrier mix, I should say.
Congratulations.
He ran a hangout yesterday.
I did. $105 views. Oh, that's not that many, is it?
Satan.
Yes, you called?
Hello. Oh.
Well, hello there. How can I help you? Mere mortal?
Flat.
You called. You called my name.
Yes.
Yes. There are consequences to blaspheming, you know.
Kinky.
Yeah, kinky. I don't think we all realize how powerful of a platform we have here.
What do you mean?
Well, with these debates, with these abilities to stream our opinions, to stream a format where people are actually debating each other with consideration. I think we have a means to set a new standard going forward on YouTube debates. That's what I mean.
I cannot wait.
I mean, it's early days.
We can
yet.
stream.
Yeah, we can stream, but it's early days.
Pornography.
Pornography?
I cannot wait.
Oh, Christ, man. Pornography you can get anywhere. Why would we want to do that? But debating, you can't get that anywhere. You can't just go
No.
to debatehub.com.
Interactive.
Interactive. You can't do that on a porn. You can only do that on YouTube. We've got the side chat. We've got a hangout where people can come in and yak and talk and swear and scream and agree or whatever.
People join porn.
Porn! Yeah, porn! Debate porn? Is that what you're looking for?
It will be a very
Debate porn.
Yes, it will be a very pleasant experience with Lukapig. He is joking. He was serious on debates for 2 months straight.
Who was that? Little Pig? Who's that? So whose hangout is this? That who's got mods here? Down?
Armando.
Well, it's either Down. Well, it's got to be Down. He's the only one who's not around.
Armando.
Armando's got. But then how does he not? How does he not? Why is he hiding himself? Is it by design?
He is AFK.
Okay.
Lukapig is our new manager.
Oh, okay. Obviously, he's just hidden.
I am Lukapig.
Because I was not unhidden when I came in, so obviously he's doing it to himself. All right, understand. Got it.
Sorry, I was doing the whole soundboard thing to mess with Flat.
Yeah.
As it gets old.
Very convincing. Mm-hmm.
It wasn't convincing, was it?
It's funny.
I don't think it was convincing.
Yeah.
Me sounding like an idiot.
I apologise.
Oh, Mark.
Let's talk like adults, mate. Can you be an adult?
Okay. Mark Taylor. Okay, that was a surprise.
Okay. Yeah.
I thought you were Kinsby or something. So are you a manager? Is that why you're on here? Or how does that work?
Who are you talking to?
Mark Taylor. Flatty.
Yeah.
Flat.
You're
Yeah.
a man or a girl? I can't really make
Fed.
out.
Fed.
Oh, it's a soundboard. You had me there, Flat. You had me there.
Like.
Almost had me there real quick. It took me a moment.
I apologise.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I'm sorry.
Or maybe it's actually Mark Taylor's flat Earth discussion or debates, and that we're just being bamboozled.
Predictions for, say, solar eclipses?
Yeah, the way it cuts off, it's a soundboard. Down.
No.
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 In your nose, but now
Yeah.
Then I gone and soiled myself.
Soiled yourself? Oh, question.
Wallowing around with my own feet.
When are you gonna do a Pissy Pete soundboard?
Vile, smelling girl.
That'll be a good one.
About shutting the hell up! Damn you,
Damn you, foul woman!
Thank God.
Hey, Flat.
We need help from Leeds Rules. He's the one who made this soundboard. Do you want to the link?
Ah, okay.
I have a different soundboard.
Yeah, we need to do a Pissy Pete soundboard. That'll be a good one.
Yes.
Is it wrong me calling him Pissy Pete? I mean, he drinks his own piss. If someone drinks their own piss, can you make fun of them for it?
That gives me love too.
Yes, fat chicks do need love too, don't you think?
Yes.
Yes. Giggity.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Quagmire, he's Quagmire. He stalks you while you sleep.
I'm a lawyer.
You're a lawyer? That makes you bash.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you must be a parking ticket because you got fine written all over you.
That's okay. What you need to do, whoever's playing that, you need to set up your audio mix so it uses your mic instead of your speaker.
Oh, I could do that. Yeah, here we go. I'm gonna do the same one and tell me if it's better. If I can find it now.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Hey, you must be a parking ticket because you got fine written all over you.
Better?
Fucking fly. This one fly fucking quit. After millions of years of fucking evolution, they should learn to fuck off. Got it.
Well done.
Hi, I'm Quagmire. Damn messages. I wonder who gave it to me. Probably that skank who needed a ride to the gas station. There's no more girly magazines in the can.
Does that sound better? Or do I need to feed it straight through this?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. You know what my favorite soundboard is, though, right?
Perfect. But you need stereo mix for perfect audibility.
I don't know how to do that. I need a teacher.
You need to look it up on YouTube.
Oh, there's that too. But the problem with me is,
Are you brain damaged?
yes, I
Why
am.
are you speaking to me?
Yes, I'm brain damaged.
Well, was that Richard Garnish?
You're a fucking liar.
No, try again. Yeah, I'll try another one.
Shut your mouth. Stop interrupting me.
The first one sounded like Richard, I have to say.
That's
Whatever
Dawn-
happened to him? The
Dawn's
Taiwan
deity.
dude.
It's Dawn's deity.
Oh.
You're a fucking troll. MK, please. MK, you gonna allow these guys to troll? I didn't finish. MK, a little bit of moderation and stop the trolling from the big flat. This is why these rooms, they're not properly moderated. We have adults who act like children. Not moderating them.
I already don't like the dude, and I don't even know who it fucking is.
Oh, he's an absolute piece of work, this guy. He's a sweet.
I don't even like him, and I don't even know who he is.
Oh, just wait till he comes into one of our hangouts.
I'm sorry.
Steve Portis.
If you don't like him now, you're gonna absolutely hate the guy. Immediately.
Huh?
It is
What
Steve
did she
McRae
say?
of Cortez.
No, Steve McRae. Steve McRae's confused.
I'm confused.
I could never understand how Steve McRae can argue so well in favor of things like, you know, evolution and science and all sorts of applied science things, but yet when it comes to me telling him that Joseph Smith was a charlatan and a fraudster and a hoaxer, he gets his back up because he thinks that there's something to Joseph Smith. He might have actually be a prophet. I think that's fucked up.
You want to know who the true prophet is?
Yes.
Lord Stephen Christ.
Atta boy. There you go. At least someone knows the truth.
I can't tell if you're serious or not. Honestly, I don't fucking care at this point.
Oh, come on. Life's a joke right now. Just treat it as such.
I know. I mean, when people, like, anyone with a fucking brain can tell that dude's full of shit. But yeah, how does someone like, I want to start a cult. He inspired me to start a cult, and I'm going to start a cult.
Uh-huh. You're going to have to compete with all the other 4,000 cults that are out there, just in Christianity alone.
Yeah, but I can do a decent job at it. I mean, I'm looking at fucking Lord Stephen Christ, and he has fucking followers. I can do a hell of a better job than him. Create a new identity and everything.
Go for it. Show us.
I mean, I want to become the next Scientology. I mean, knowing the history of Scientology, you know it's full of shit due to the fact the writer, the creator of the religion, is a science fiction writer.
Yes, but he's also the most prolific science fiction writer of all time. Did you know that?
Yes, he is. Look what he's done. He has a bunch of morons following him.
Yeah, but he's written more fiction and science fiction than anybody else ever.
That's wrong. That's wrong. There's you want to know who the true greatest writer on Earth is?
Not the greatest, but the most prolific.
The most prolific writer on Earth is?
Yeah.
Do you want to know who?
Yes, please.
Jumpman from 9/11. He did around 130 stories in 38 seconds.
Wow.
I just went there. I don't give a fuck.
Nah, there's no point.
I'm American. I get to do 9/11 jokes.
Yeah.
Because you're not American. You do it, you're just a fucking asshole.
Well, then I can. So, not being a theist, that means I can't do theist jokes?
Nah. I mean, theism. I mean, you can do any type of theism joke.
You will bow to me.
I gotta find better
I
stuff.
wonder how hard it would be for someone to think that that I was God or some shit.
Tell them you're God.
It shouldn't be that hard.
It takes.
All I have to do is claim it, and it shall be. Claim that I have some secret knowledge no one possesses. Everyone wants to, you know, get to the biggest knowledge seeking there is. That's why the flat Earth movement is so far up there. It gives these these normal people, well, low people, a idea of them being more special than anyone due to the fact they possess this secret knowledge that no one else believes.
Their secret knowledge, you
know,
think?
that's why they create the whole the government is lying to you because NASA's fraudulent type of deal. They're creating like this own heaven where they're in control just the fact they know this truth. They want to be a rebel when they're not really doing shit about anything. It's like a little safe space, in my opinion.
Der wird geprägt von ganz bestimmten Interessenten. Es ist eine kleine, wurtellose internationale Clique, die die Völker gegeneinander hetzt.
Can't tell if that's a German accent or a French accent.
That's Hitler.
Oh. Huh. I thought his voice would be a higher squeaking.
Let's see if this will be better here.
Die Gegner werfen uns Nationalsozialisten vor, und mir insbesondere, dass wir intolerante, unverträgliche Menschen seien. Wir wollten, sagen sie, mit anderen Parteien arbeiten. Und es nach Politiker...
That sounds like a voice I can get behind.
Sounds like who?
That sounds like a voice I could follow.
Million dead.
Oh no! I always thought Hitler had a higher pitched voice for some reason.
No, he had that voice like a German.
Ugh.
Even worse is
Okay.
Austrian.
Yeah. I don't know why, but I always thought it was like, "Nein, go no, nein, nein," something like that.
No.
I don't know German, so. Well, I know 9, and that's because it's 9. I mean, we all like 9. Number 9 all the way.
Mm.
But yeah, that's all I know in German. I have a neighbor who can speak fluent German. They're pretty nice over there.
Down corner
Don't
in
really
this
mess with them.
can speak fluent German.
Huh?
Down corner can speak fluent German.
Yeah.
He's a German teacher.
You wanna know what I would like?
Yes.
A idea system where people believe that their opinions don't really fucking matter because they don't. I mean, in my opinion, my own opinion, my opinion does not matter due to the fact what experience do I have to show for my opinion? You know?
Well, you don't need. You just need to exercise your opinion. No, that's it.
Yeah, you have your opinion, but you should have the right to earn your opinion is where I'm going at. You have to earn it, is how I feel. You know, your opinion matters due to the fact I don't know you and you haven't earned opinion. You haven't earned the power of your opinion, I guess, is where I'm going with.
Okay, I want to see if you recognize this guy. Let's see.
Get this through your head, you Jew motherfucker, you! You only exist out here because of me!
I know exactly. He's short, looks sort of like a Jew with,
Where's your fucking
with
balls?
Yeah.
it is. I'm picturing him in my head.
Without
I have a
me,
lifetime.
you
I don't remember their
personally,
names.
every fucking wise guy still around, I'll take a piece of your fucking Jew ass.
Is he
Then where
dead
you gonna
now?
go?
Is
I'll
he
be
dead
there.
now?
Yeah. Try me, fatso. You fucking try me.
What
So he's
people would you
dead.
think I wasn't gonna find out?
Weird. It's weird hearing voice of a dead man.
Hold on, Pete Brain.
Merry Christmas.
It's
And a
Christmas
happy
time. There's a
new
lot of burglaries around the holidays. So we're just checking the neighborhood to see if everyone's taking the proper precautions. That's all.
Good for you.
Fuck, is it broke? You here?
Everybody's got the what's his name? Arnold Schwarzenegger soundboard.
Yeah. I mean,
So,
it's Arnold.
if everybody used the same one, nobody would know who the fuck is who. Used to be that Benny was the only one using it.
Yeah.
Used to be.
Oh, it's working. Fuck. Bad idea. Okay. Man, it's been a while since I played this. Okay. So, I'll have to check that email now.
I got another one that looks like it's pretty funny. Let's see.
I just need to talk dirty with you. My vagina? I'm all clean shaven like a 15-year-old boy at his bar mitzvah. So how big are your genitals?
Pretty big.
What are you, gay? That's anti-Semitic.
Uh-huh. Oh, Flat, check your Hangouts. It's just, I see you finally figured out how they work. Good job, man.
Figure what?
Oh, he had a problem with Google Hangouts. I mean, they fucking suck. I mean, this is the most clusterfucked software I've ever seen. Well, message board I've ever
What are you
seen.
talking about?
The Hangouts, where you talk to people.
I
The
feel
Google
it
Plus
funny.
Hangout thing.
Oh, Hangouts.
Yes, I'm a bit horny.
Hangouts shouldn't be the primary window on your feed. I mean, you can't help it.
Yeah, but it's so fucking complicated, Google Plus is. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous.
Not really. Not if you spend a couple of seconds with them.
55.
How old are you?
55.
I'm 17, but usually what happens is hold on.
17.
Okay, I got it. Flat. Okay.
Hi,
Send
Sadly.
Flat Earth a message to invite them to this conversation. Let me go on my main.
I'm just adding soundboards for future use. That's all.
Okay. Create a soundboard of me. What is it called? Flat Earth. Debates. There it is. People and options. There it is. All right, this is the final hangout. Flat. I'm sorry. Put in hey. I'm sorry.
So
man.
how do you do that? How do you add soundboards?
You put your dick
just
in it.
type in soundboard into Google and they'll come up.
Okay.
Some choices.
In it. That's
I
my
might
way.
think it's been a lot of nasty places.
Don't worry. I bet you I could beat you.
You ever been to the Philippines?
No.
No, but I fucked a dog.
No, you got me beat then, bro.
oh.
Roll over takes.
I was young and I was experimenting, man. I was a horny kid.
Roll over takes a whole new dimension with you.
No, I'm only 17 and I still have a lifetime to beat that.
That's true. You have a couple of lifetimes.
I know.
Ooh, look what I found.
It wasn't a dog, it was actually a parrot. Don't ask how.
No, I won't.
At first what it was me using my penis as a perch, like a perch for the bird. And then it then it instigated.
You're a sick motherfucker, aren't you?
Nah, I'm just a normal person. Normal, like,
using your dick as a perch? That's pretty damn sick.
Nah, man, it felt good. I mean, it's the pain that gets me.
All right, here's another one. Who's this?
It's the Christian Hillbilly. Who do you think it is?
Tell me your name. Tell me your name. Tell me your last name. Tell me your name.
So who did I tell the whole perch thing to? What's your name?
Shotgun Rider.
Okay. Yeah, it's just only a little bit of kinky stuff.
Have you ever? I know you guys on the other side of the Atlantic. Have you ever heard of something called Vice News? VICE.
Yes.
Yeah, Vice.
Love them.
Yeah, I like them. I used to like their old shit. Their new shit's a little bit boring.
Yeah, I know. I agree. But they did a documentary about down in some place in deep South America where guys used to fuck donkeys to prepare for their wedding. Seriously.
Be disappointed on their
I
wedding.
can do it. I'm okay with fucking a donkey. I mean, it's a donkey. It's like using a fleshlight, in my opinion.
As long as the donkey can afford me, I'm good.
I mean, are you guys okay with using a fleshlight? You know, it's just a rubber pussy.
Okay, that'll be fine.
No.
Hey, Sydney.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we got more people in here. Okay, I need to watch my mouth.
Jim's here to teach us.
I want to run people out.
Jim, we need a biology lesson.
Hey, at least the donkey can't get pregnant. What? It's true. You cannot impregnate a donkey if you fuck it. Different type of egg.
You can try 100,000 times. I suggest.
You could try 100,000 times. It would not get pregnant, will it not?
Well, you'd have 100,000 good times. You'd have 100,000 happy endings.
Have a good day.
Exactly. I mean, then you could, increase size and go into a horse, and then you could do, a cow, and then
Derby winner, and
well, I think you should upgrade from, donkey to horse to cow, in my opinion.
I think you're fantasizing a little bit too much there, Ed.
I'm not fantasizing anything. You don't know fantasy until you've been into my thoughts. Oh, fuck. I can't help my thoughts, man. I mean, my brain just goes everywhere. I blame it on my ADD. Well, ADHD.
Well, you all are some sick suckers, aren't you?
Yep.
I'm the only sick one here, man. First it was 9/11 jokes. Now it's fucking a donkey.
No, I've never
I'm all
gone
for
to
it.
animals, but I've been pretty sick places.
Hooker's nothing, man.
Well, I'll tell you a story about when I was in the Philippines. They have something called the basket trick, where there's a big. You lay down. There's a big wicker basket with a hole in the bottom. This little chick gets in there. The basket's tied to pulleys. You pull her up, then you lower her right back down, tie the ropes off, and you can spin her 360.
Run your dick?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Do you have any videos of this?
Oh, for God's sakes.
Where do you have an extra hand?
This is like a small archive of this. I want to see what it's like.
Those are the kind of things you got experience
No
with.
conversation going on. I'll get you guys later.
All right.
Okay.
Come back when it's
get it next year.
G-rated hangout to Christian Hillbilly.
You can get it.
Robert the Bruce.
Oh.
Christian left.
Yeah, he left.
Does an upside cross have any?
Good.
Does an upside down cross have any signification?
Does the Red Cross have any significance?
No, an upside down cross, like Avenue Solana.
Nah, it's supposed to symbolize like Satan or some shit.
Well, it
Fuck
really doesn't, but it pisses Christians off for some reason or another. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
I have no idea why. I love it.
I mean, it's like a horseshoe. Does it have any significance if it's upside down? No. Oh, but it's
Good luck, right?
Yeah.
Look, I don't care. Just as long as it pisses Christians off, that's all I care. Man.
I hear you.
People say it drains out the luck and stuff. It's just speculation.
So most of you flat Earth guys that came over from flat Earth discussion are like sort of like non-Christians that like to poke Armando, huh?
Oh, we just like to poke Armando anyway. I mean, he's racist.
Armando, I've never really met Armando.
Well, whenever I'm around Armando, if he's racist, I'm racist, and it's not to attack anyone; it's to prove a point. You know, you can't be racist to no one if you make a racist joke. I mean, it's just a joke; it's humor. You know, very out there when it comes to my humor.
I never thought he was a racist. I just have problems with his views of what is an atheist.
Well, all you need to do is smoke some meth and you'll be okay. You don't need God. You just need meth.
No, man, not me, brother.
Okay, you don't have to smoke it. That's what fucks you up. You need to snort it. That'll keep you up for a couple of days. But what do I know? I'm only 17.
Good luck.
Yeah. Fucking fly cannot kill this motherfucker. Billions of years of evolution, they don't know how to fuck off.
Well, then fuck it. Like you do all the other animals.
Shoot him in the back of the head like I do.
If I had that great of a shot, I mean, I could whip my penis out, but that's too much time. What?
When I was a kid, there was a movie with Jeff Goldblum called The Fly.
Yes, I saw that one.
Yeah, where at the very end, you know, his little head is on the fucking fly, and he's going, "Help me, help me!" All right, guys, I'll talk to you later. I just wanted to
Hey,
stop in and
discussions.
ask
I have a
about
question for you. I'm going to message it to you.
Who, me?
Not you. I'm talking about Flat Earth.
Okay,
discussions.
later.
Too much math. Whatever you say is wrong. Whatever I say is right. What? Oh, I'm still in a call? Damn. I didn't know that. I have a song stuck in my head.
Hallo?
Hallo?
Also helfen Sie mir oder nicht?
Nicht.
Sind Sie vom katholischen Sozialwerk?
Nein, ich bin Atheist.
Das ist ein Scherz.
Das ist die Wahrheit.
Kennen wir uns?
Matomer?
Mein Name ist George Young.
Dein Name ist George Young? Nu?
Ja.
Wie bist du?
Wie ist dein Name?
Bist du eine Nazi?
Ja.
Ja? Du hast Juden?
Ja.
Ja?
Was?
Du elender, scheiße, schippender Stoppelhopser, wie geht's dir so?
Yeah, that's telling them.
Johnny?
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 Hallo?
Ow, crash.
So you a German or what?
Do I sound German?
Yes.
Okay, then.
All Germans are Nazis.
Right.
So do you admit then all Germans are Nazis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Except I'm a very moderate Nazi. Nazi. Very moderate Nazi.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm not like your fundamentalist Nazi.
You know what I mean? You present some evidence.
Evidence for what?
I'm not going to say anything. Ali Akbar, Ali Akbar, Ali Akbar, Ali Akbar.
Indeed.
You know what Ali Akbar mean? You know what Ali Akbar mean?
Yes, it means Germans are great.
No.
All Germans are great.
No.
Yeah.
No, no.
Yeah. What else can it possibly be?
So if you're a child, you can't act in an adult way. You have to fucking go on like a child. So pathetic.
I'm so sorry. Did I spoil your day?
be really nasty to them, even though I just had a decent conversation with them like an adult.
Listen, yeah, you're English. You're nothing. I'm German. I'm Nazi. I'm something.
Yeah. I'm in the UK, see, and I'm not in America.
Well, UK people don't know how to fucking fight. You know, you had to get Americans to come in and win your war for you. Fuck, you fags.
What is the matter with you? Don't even know what the words mean. Why are you being so defensive?
Because Germany's superior to England.
It might be.
And you won't admit it. We even have a German as your queen. So ha 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 ha.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Oh, now you're going to eject someone. Well, you fucking little child.
Come on, all you got to do is accept history. That's all you got to do. Accept the fact that the English, the Pommies, the Limeys are little weaklings. All they know how to do is chuck back a pint of beer every night, or 2, or 3, or 4 pints. Useless bastards. I think if Germany had won the war, I think England would be a much more polite place now than it is.
As you usually are, pathetic.
I'm right, huh?
Have you just took some medication or something?
Yes, I ate a banana. It's got potassium in it.
Google the word.
The void is the void.
Oh, Google it so you know yourself.
You don't even know how to spell Google.
That's what it means.
You're dumb.
There's no fucking shit coming out of your mouth, so I thought I'd address it.
Well, then, prove I'm wrong. Prove that you're not a dumb, limey cunt.
Who's this? You a man or a girl? I can't really make out.
I'm your worst nightmare.
Yeah.
Don't ever sleep with both eyes closed again.
Okay.
I am really against violence. That is why I am studying Nazism.
Nazism is a religion of peace.
Bullshit.
Yeah, it is. It's Islam and Nazism kind of have the same roots.
Bullshit.
Who hates the Jews more, the Nazis or Islam?
The Nazis do not exist now.
No?
Not like before.
Well, you could say the same thing about atheists. They don't exist now like before. There's millions more.
Yeah, I am not an expert in this field. I am against crowd behavior.
I hate crowds personally. I'd rather stay inside.
Nazism is very related to crowd behavior.
Well, so is American Democratic Party when it comes to Trump's rallies. The Democrats go in there with their and disrupt everything, and they start violence, and they go in there with their signs and their screaming and their verbal attacks. It's horrible. Hillary is going to be an absolute disaster as ex-president.
Yes, I feel that people's intelligence decreases according to how large their group is.
Mm-hmm.
The more the people, the worse their behavior.
You see that somebody took a sledgehammer to Donald Trump's star in LA. He's what do they call it? The star of on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The world's fucked up.
I see the potential in Hangouts, as you mentioned it earlier.
What potential?
You said they have a great potential.
Oh.
You said they are powerful.
Uh-huh.
I agree. I just had a huge discussion in one of my videos about Armando.
I don't know, Armando, so I'll be listening.
He is the host of this hangout.
Ah, thank you for allowing us in, Armando. Very nice of you.
I will read you the discussion I have had because it concerns our command project. I posted a link in the side chat.
Side chat. All right, what's that? Oh, that's a link to one of your debates.
Yes, in the comments we debated about the future of this channel I created.
You did a good job.
Thank you.
I like the potential future of this channel. We can make a difference.
Yeah.
Not only that, I think we can get a lot of viewers who are watching the other crap because there's nothing else to watch. You know, like watching Steve McRae. Who the hell wants to watch Steve McRae? Nobody understands anything there. But if he's the only one on, that's what they watch.
Yeah.
So yeah. So yeah.
I will quote a couple of comments. Nice view 1 hour ago plus debate free speech is fine to a limit. All you fucking white people need to be burned. It's a good thing all those Jews were murdered, etc., etc., etc. Don't fall under that with me. That's one reason I left Fedwell back. People use your platform not for civil debate but for hate. Disagree on something is one thing, but to be blatantly racist or a bigot for the sake of being racist or a bigot is another. Those people get a warning to tone it down. Continued acts like that results in getting kicked. For example, Jeff Sock Puppet going after Hawkins for being in a wheelchair and being handicapped was the final straw. It's a ad hominem and a disgusting ad hominem at that. That is what I will warn for. Repeated will get the person muted. When they can act civil, then they can come back in. Can't act civil, then they will stay muted until they figure it out to leave on their own. You want your channel known for its debate to hate? Saying that all fucking white people need to burn is not a debate.
No, that's a statement.
Here is what I replied. Flat Earth debate 1 hour ago, edited, plus Geist view good. This is a good opportunity to test what you want and see if it works. Just let us all agree on some sort of compromise such as, rather than banning people in the text chat, time them out. Rather than banning people in the voice chat, eject them or hide them. This way we don't all have to pay the consequences of your choices. Because as I said, you now have the power to ban people from both the voice and the text chat, and this would result in them being banned indefinitely, for everyone. And without a record of who was banned in some cases. If we all agree on this, we can get started and see where my tolerance takes my hangouts. I got burned out, as you know, and where your relative intolerance takes yours. Personally, I would tend to be okay with, let's say, Armando saying he wants to exterminate all white people, because 1, he does not mean it, 2, by saying it, he will compare his opinion with others and maybe change it, 3, if he has anger in himself for how blacks were treated by whites for centuries, he has the right to express it. Having said this, since we are all working together on this experiment, the ideal would be that each host has some freedom to do things his way, unless of course this means deleting other people's videos, or banning people permanently, or other actions which would affect the entire channel and not just the hangouts he is running.
Right.
Here is what he replied. Nice view 1 hour ago plus flat earth debates. Sorry, you have the wrong person for this position. If you think for 1 second that it's okay for Armando to say it's okay for white people to be exterminated. WTF. See, the problem with that is the people who did wrong to blacks, not to mention blacks wrong other blacks, already are dead. Him not being exterminated because of what white people did in the past. Are you fucking insane? WTF. Maybe we should murder all you Italians for what the Romans did in Gaul. Maybe we should murder blacks who enslaved other blacks and sold them to whites for trinkets. Maybe we should murder all Chinese for the enslavement of Eastern Europe because of Khan. Nah. Let's stick with Roman Italians. Let me know when it's okay for some French person to come murder you and your family for what the Romans did to the Gauls. Maybe Britain can get in on this action too. Sorry Fed, if this is your line of thinking and where you want your channel to go, then have at it. I want nothing to do with it. I will not be exterminated for the transgressions of the past. Bye.
We should just compromise and just kill all the Muslims. What do you think?
Yes.
Yes, I agree. Because Muslims really are pretty. They provide no value to life on Earth. None.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kill them all.
Hey, Flat Earth, I think you're an amazing human being, and you understood my drift.
Yes, Armando, I am a big fan of yours. Here is what I replied. Flat Earth debates 46 minutes ago. Edited. Come on, be reasonable. Armando says demons and all whites should be exterminated as a joke. He does not mean it. He has a big heart. You may time him out in your text chat, but you cannot expect all of us to ban Armando. He's one of the best people in this community, a peacemaker, and someone who spreads good feelings and tolerance. You really got the wrong impression of him. Sometimes it is the people who say the worst things who are the nicest. Another whose bark is worse than his bite is Richard.
Who's Richard? Who's Richard? I don't know any of these people.
Richard Garnash from Thailand.
Nope. Doesn't ring a bell.
He always says things in favor of genocide.
Well, I guess as long as I'm not the one being genocided, it's not that bad.
Yes.
See, you are also one of the nicest people, and yet you are a Satanist.
That's why I'm nice, because I'm a Satanist.
That's right.
Bullshit.
I would like to have a question debate with the Satanists, but just not right now because I'm still at work.
Mm-hmm.
And I will be with you in 20 or 30 minutes, by the way. I would like to ask a quick question.
All right.
Are Satanists atheists?
LaVeyan Satanists are atheists.
Okay.
Because LaVeyan Satanism recognizes that Satan is just a myth, doesn't really exist.
And you?
And I recognize the same thing. I also recognize that Satanism is a philosophy or an ideology of good and compassion, whereas Christianity, on the other hand, is or any of the Abrahamic ideologies are really forces for evil, messages of evil and hatred and
So
division.
You're telling me Jesus is evil?
Yeah. I'm telling you, the whole of Christianity, the whole of Judaism is evil.
Can you tell me one thing that Jesus did that was a sin?
I don't recognize sin. Sin is something that is
okay. I'll rephrase it.
It's only relevant in the mythology of theism.
Okay, I'll rephrase it for you. Can you tell me something that Jesus did that was bad?
Yes, he lost his temper in the temple.
And you think that was bad?
I think that was bad. You think losing your temper is a good thing? No, I don't think so.
Not considering the fact that we built a house for him and then we were
Considering the fact that he's Jesus and he's supposed to be like godly and he lost his temper, for fuck's sake, come on.
Losing your temper doesn't qualify you as a bad person, man.
If you're Jesus, it does.
No. Oh, so you still put Jesus on a pedestal. Interesting.
Well, I don't believe that Jesus actually existed, but if you want to play the game, sure.
Do you think the devil existed?
No.
So you're atheist?
Yes.
Interesting.
Questions? Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Sorry, I had to gather up some people. So you're telling me that so Jesus did something wrong, which is losing his temper, which would be a human emotion, which is pretty much normal. But then again, in the same breath, you say he never existed.
No, he didn't exist.
So how can you say that he did something wrong?
Well, I mean, that's the story that you guys give us. If you give us a story about Jesus and what he does, I'll point out something that he did wrong. I'm not.
No, that's fine. I'm not trying to rile you up or nothing. I'm just trying to understand. So as far as Jesus existing historically, you're saying a man named Jesus never existed.
Right.
This will be the first time we'll have this debate.
All right.
I'll get you in a couple minutes.
Sure.
This is what he replied to my previous reply. Guys, view 8 seconds ago plus flat earth debates. I never said ban him. He can be muted or in timeout till the end of timer he decides to join society. Whichever comes first, which is it? Whites are demons are the joke. How can you tell? Ever?
Yes.
When I'm called people demons, that spread it like wildfire. I swear you, I didn't know it was gonna be that big of a deal.
What?
It's one of those words that just caught on like wildfire. Like I don't know what to tell you, man, but we ain't stopping that now.
Dude. All day.
Hey, by the way, I wrote something in the YouTube. I don't know if you read it. Out of everything you have taught me, Flat Earth Debate, consistency is the one that stuck. I know.
Thank you.
Yeah, consistency is the one that stuck. And that whole day we spent emptied room, and now they come, but they go, but it's slowly changing. The consistency is the only thing that stuck with me.
Thank you.
Oh, let me give you something to chew on. In the meantime, I'm just going to change my avatar, and I'll leave you to chew on this particular thing a little while, see if we can make any sense out of it. This is just to prove that the Gospels should be taken out of a discussion about Christianity. The Gospels are obviously fiction, considering they were written 2 generations after the mythical Jesus mythically died.
From what I see here, the Mark date is wrong, but it was the first gospel.
What do you mean it's wrong? About 40 years after Jesus died? That's about right.
Yes, it was 90. Matter of fact, there's more. It might help your argument.
Well, Mark 40, Matthew 60, Luke 70, and John 80. Approximately.
Like I said, the Mark gospel started in the 90 AD, which it will probably help your cause. And that graph is only showing me that Jesus resetted your time clock.
That Jesus what?
Turned BC into AD.
No, he didn't. That was Caesar or somebody.
You say Caesar. I know who it was. We know who it was considering by this diagram.
You know who changed the calendar and when?
Behind what you're saying where Jesus was born, behind it, you're saying that it's BC era, aren't you?
Well, Jesus born is that particular point on the timeline is considered the beginning of the Common Era. Yes.
Right. So why would you?
Prior to that is before the Common Era.
Right. So like I was saying, so what you're saying is that Jesus marked the year 0, right?
I don't know if Jesus marks the year zero or the year 4. I don't know. There's been some contention.
But did he change the direction of human history forever?
No, not at all. No.
So why is it showing me that it's the change of the before Christ and after death? I'm not going to use the common era.
It's showing that Jesus was born at a particular point, and then
if you will put years,
you have to let me finish. Jesus was born at a particular point.
I want you to make a point.
Jesus was born at a particular point, and then Jesus dies sometime later. All right, 40 years after the death, Mark comes out.
I want to know the years of Jesus' death and Jesus' birth.
40 years after the presumed death of Jesus, Mark comes out with a gospel, which has a lot of personal information.
I get
20 years after that, Matthew comes out with one. 10 years after that, Luke comes out with one, and 10 years after that, John comes out with one, and they're all talking about the same thing, but they've all been edited.
What makes it all witnesses? It doesn't bother me. When I'm saying, if you put the years on when Jesus died and Jesus was born, then you'll have a better graph.
Okay, the year 0. Jesus born, say 0. Jesus dies 33. How's that?
Hey man, sounds perfect to me. I mean,
there you go. Okay, now we can talk.
Yeah. Go ahead. Don't get so mad with me. Just calm down and we'll have this discussion.
Oh, you're putting in such silly little.
You think so, but you're putting the years for Mark, but you're not putting the years for Jesus.
Who cares if Jesus was born in year 0? It could have been.
Well, I would care. And you're going to show me.
Well, let's say Jesus was born in the year 1900, and then 1933 is when he dies. Okay, 1973 is when Mark comes out with the gospel. 1993 is when Matthew comes out with his gospel. 2003 Luke comes out with his gospel, and then 2013 John comes out with his gospel. That's the kind of timeline we're looking at.
No, I don't see that. I see those dates being wrong. By at least
approximately. It says there.
No, it could say that they're all at once. It's just not a fact.
It's a fact.
Oh, it's not. The Gospel of Mark started in 90 AD, not 40 AD, sir. You got the numbers wrong.
Doesn't really matter. It's still fiction.
You say it's fiction, but considering the fact that we're still talking about him, I don't think it's fiction.
You don't think it's fiction, but it is fiction. It doesn't matter what
no,
the facts are what matters.
I know Jesus existed. I mean, there's
I
no
don't know
real
Jesus
historian.
You have the
There's no
same information as I do, and I know that
there's
Jesus.
no real historian that would denounce the existence of Jesus as a man. It's asinine to do so, sir. If you
There are,
erase
lots of,
Jesus, you're gonna have to
there
erase.
are actually a few historians that do.
Okay, but there's
question.
stories that Caesar didn't exist. There's stories that Alexander the Great didn't exist. You're gonna have to erase all of it, sir.
Actually, that's not true. Alexander the Great took his scribes with him wherever he went, so they wrote everything down in real time, in
Look at that,
contemporary time. Whereas Jesus, nothing.
Oh, that's what you say, but Jesus told his disciples to write down what he's saying.
So who recorded the Sermon on the Mount that 100 years later Matthew was able to write it down?
I can't go into detail here because
it's a simple question. Simple question. Guy stands on this on a mount, gives a speech. Who's writing it down?
The whole world wrote it down.
So in other words, there was no speech.
The whole world,
wrote it down means there was no speech.
No, the whole world wrote it down, meaning that everybody knows this speech.
Nonsense.
What do you mean? Do you know the Sermon on the Mount?
What I'm saying is that you're evading the whole question.
No, I'm not at all. I'm answering you.
Yes, you are. I'm asking you simple. If somebody stands on a hill and gives a speech, and 100 years later somebody writes down the speech, who wrote it down eventually? Initially, who's the one who recorded it right at the source? No one.
It depends who found it important for them. If you notice, you see how you laugh?
Yes, because I'm asking you a who, and you're giving me a depends as an answer.
I have no idea. Dude,
I need a name. I need a title. Something.
I was born in 1982.
I don't need a maybe. That's conjecture.
The problem. This is the situation. This is the only situation. The fact that we're discussing his authenticity and his existence proves that he existed, sir. We're not talking about Santa Claus here.
Why not? So if we were talking about Santa Claus, it would prove he existed?
If we were be talking about Santa Claus like he had the possibility of existing, he probably existed, yes.
That is a very unscientific conclusion to come to, or a very unscientific method to come to a conclusion.
If you base everything on
and your conclusion is probably. That is very, very, very unscientific.
The problem is that where my senses fail, my reason starts.
You don't have any reason when it comes to theism. Theism is unreasonable.
That's according to you, a Satanist. I just wanted to prove that
I'm a Satanist atheist.
That's fine. You can label yourself all you want. I know Satanism is atheism. I know it's hiding in atheism.
And Satanism is a good force, whereas Christianity is a force of evil.
You call it a good force, but would you consider murder good?
Murder is sanctioned by Christianity.
I asked you a question.
And it's not sanctioned by Satanism, no.
I'm asking you a simple question. It's
not
murder
good. Satanism does not sanction murder.
I just want to know your opinion. Is murder good?
Murder's bad.
Thank you. Is telling a lie good?
I don't know. All depends on the
answer. It is bad.
No, it all depends on the lie. It all depends on the circumstance.
Well, there's no circumstance with me.
No, there is. If a Gestapo guy comes knocking on your door and says, "Are you hiding any Jews?" and you say no, but it's a lie, is that good?
You're trying to save your soul, but you're lying.
I'm telling you. I'm asking you. Is that a good lie or a bad lie?
It's always bad, sir. I don't bend it.
Ooh, so you give away the Jews and take them away to be murdered by the...
Hey, I'll confess to the rooftops.
Wow.
That is true.
You're a cruel bastard, eh?
You think it's cruel.
You have no empathy, no feelings. What are you, psychopath?
Yeah, no, my heart does not exist anymore, sir.
Too bad.
The only thing that exists on this body of mine is my mind. Especially when I'm speaking.
Is that right? What about your kidneys don't exist? Your liver doesn't exist?
They don't think. I think for it, sir.
You think for your kidneys?
There you go. And
Well,
for
you're
my
more deluded than I actually thought. That I thought was possible.
hey man, I don't think you've ever met a person like me yet, sir.
I don't need to. I all I know is that delusion is not.
By the time I'm done with you, you would be a convert.
It's got nothing to do with you or anybody else. It's just your state of mind. Your state of mind is deluded. That's okay, but just recognize it. That's all.
By the time I'm done with you, you would be a Christian, sir.
Let's do it. All right, let's go for it.
That's how I know Jesus existed.
Oh yeah. Well, all right. Firstly, you got to prove to me that Jesus was a real person.
We could tell by the witnesses, sir. How many people have witnessed Jesus, sir?
No one.
Oh no, Pilate didn't win.
No one in contemporary times. I mean, anybody having a vision or some kind of a dream.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that all you want. I know he's the perfect figure, and he's kind of hard to understand.
You know that. I know. I could just easily say that I know that Allah and Muhammad are the perfect figures, and you can't argue.
Muhammad is a last name, and Allah is just another word for God. It means nothing. It's just
exactly. So Allah is the one true God. Jesus is just a prophet. Yes, it's just
Allah. Yes. Allah wouldn't be the name of God. Allah is the word.
Allah is the one true God, and Muhammad is his prophet.
You are willing to say anything except Jesus being God.
Allah, well, because Jesus is just a prophet of Islam. He's not God.
That's what you think, sir.
Do you know Islam? Do you understand how Islam works and how Allah is the only one? There's no one else. Allah is one, the only one. And Muhammad is his prophet, and Jesus is one of the lower prophets. Didn't you know that?
He is made lower than the angel, but he is risen higher than. He is risen to Godhood himself. No. He is made lower than the angels. You're right.
Oh, I see. This is kind of a fantastic claim you're making there.
Well, that's just a fact, though. He wasn't made to like an angel. He just wasn't. But he has risen higher than the angels.
Just wasn't. That's your proof. Just wasn't.
No, the problem is that he couldn't. Angels were murdering people in the name of God. This is the testimony of men.
No God. There is no Jesus. There is no nothing of that sort. You see,
yes, there is.
I'm saying. You're making claims that are
right. I'll prove God right now, but we got to do it quietly. I have girls outside the office. Just give me a minute. How many letters are contained in the English alphabet?
26.
The letter G. The seventh letter of the alphabet is G. The 15th is O. If you spell out God in the numerical fashion in the alphabet, you would have God. So meaning that God gave us language. He keeps telling us the word.
Now you're really talking about
God. It doesn't matter how small it is. I'm telling you that there's your connection. Jesus taught you how to speak.
Somebody doesn't know the history.
Jesus taught you how to speak, sir.
Somebody doesn't know the history.
I know more history than this 40 AD mark thing you just gave me. I know it's not 40 AD. You can't show me.
I didn't say it was 40 AD. 40 years after Jesus died. Don't you see? That's what's AG day, after Jesus' death. AJD, after Jesus' death. AJD, after Jesus' death. AJD, after Jesus' death. That's what it stands for.
Okay,
hello?
You're having a demon problem right now, repeating yourself, but it's okay.
No, I'm setting you right. You don't know how to read. You read AJ.
Why does this debate always get mad? Listen, I love this debate. I love this debate. I just can't get real nasty with you. I'll get nasty with you when I get home. We'll finish it when I go.
Why do you want to get nasty? Why can't you just debate?
Because obviously I'm gonna have to get real bold with you in order to get my message across, because you're not letting me do it. You're civil.
I know your message. Your message is false. So why
what is my message, sir?
You should be listening to my message, because my message is new and true.
Your message is Satanism, and I just proved. Wait till this room gets filled. They told me that Satanists are not atheists, that they believe in Satan, and this is the proof right here.
No, do you understand what the difference is? But do you understand Levay and Satanism? Do you understand what it is?
I know it's the same thing to me, man. The same thing. That's the reason why you accept both labels.
So you've never read anything about one
Satanist, and you accept be called an atheist because Satan believes in you, sir.
There is no Satan. Satan is just
But why would you call yourself a Satanist?
Because I follow the
okay.
ideology of Anton LaVey. This
Fine, it's fine. Anton LaVey is just a homosexual pedophile. Listen, we all know him.
Okay, you back that up. So, whoa. You can't.
Hold on.
I won't let you go any further until you back that up. Hold on. No. You've just opened up a can of worms.
And
Now,
you're going to be a convert, but
you back that up right now. Homosexual. What did you say? Homosexual pedophile. You back that up. Come on, bring it up. I want some backup other than your prejudices.
What do you mean, man? What do you mean?
Well, where did you come up with it? Where did you come up with that Satanists or homosexual pedophiles? I want some backup.
Because some of his students ended up indulging in that.
I'm asking you to show me your information. Where did you get it from?
Okay, when I get home, I would.
No. You made a statement right now. You obviously referred to something. So what was it?
He is.
What did you refer to get that information?
He is a liar. He fucking shook his head no while he was dying to his sister or his wife, saying that no, he has this all wrong. No, this is all wrong. This is documented, sir.
Oh, is that right?
Go look at the YouTube video. Anton LaVey, deathbed confession. Go look at the YouTube video. You know what I'm talking about. That's why you're giggling.
Do you realize this is a debate hangout? Where do you not understand what a debate is? A debate is when I talk, and when I'm finished, you talk, and when you're finished, I talk.
Yeah,
that's what a debate is. A debate is not go look at the video on YouTube.
Hey, you know what video I'm talking about, though. I could tell by your giggle.
I don't care. I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to a video.
Okay, but you do know what video I'm talking about, do you?
I have no idea what video you're talking about. I don't care what video you're talking about.
The deathbed confessions, man. Here, I'll show you.
Confessions. I'm not interested. I'm interested in debating with you. I'm not interested in debating with anyone else because you have put yourself out there. You've called Satanists and atheists homosexual pedophiles. Now, I'd like you to back that up because if you can't back it up, then a huge apology is coming from you down the road.
Anton LaVey taught people pedophilia and do what thou will and do whatever you want. There's nothing wrong. Just follow your own will and do whatever you want because you are a free soul.
Show me what you're reading from. I need to be able to see that because I think you're lying until you show me that you're actually reading from something.
It doesn't matter. Considering you're a Satanist, none of the words that come out of your mouth really means anything right now.
Which means you're pretty ignorant. At least, well, you know, at least you admit it. That's the main thing.
Look at this video where his sister is speaking. He is saying that.
Didn't you hear me? Are you kind of deaf or something?
Now you have a problem.
Deaf. Don't bring me videos. Bring me facts. Bring me what you know.
I'm telling you, man. There's no better fact than the person that was dying right next to him. You're gonna have to watch this video.
Oh, you will believe anything, obviously.
You would have to watch this video on your own time.
I don't have to watch any video. I have the book. I have the Satanic Bible written by Anton LaVey. That's all I need.
There you go. When was it published, sir?
It's 1966.
It says 1969 on it or 1966?
1966.
Interesting number. Very interesting number.
Why? Because it's 40 years ago or 60 years ago or whatever? 40 years ago? 50 years ago? Fuck, I don't even know.
Why don't you quote a verse from that stupid book, man? Quote a verse from it. Your favorite verse. Just pick one.
Well, you know, I would do better than that. I can quote you all the tenets of LaVeyan Satanism, and I can quote you the rules of LaVeyan Satanism if you like. But once I do that, you'll realize that Satanism is a force for good on this planet and with people, whereas theism, Christianity, Islam, Judaism are all forces of evil and hatred and division.
I'm waiting, sir.
And they're vile. They should be relegated to the mythological shelves in the library and not allowed in schools. Because it's poisonous.
I'm waiting for the verse.
You can wait for whatever you like.
Okay, so that's the fact that you're not going to be able to read it because you're going to be put to shame if you do read it. Then let's read a Bible verse.
What, you can't find one?
Don't rush me.
Let me bring up. Okay, hold on a minute. I'll bring up the Satanic Bible for you if you.
No, don't worry about it. You already lost your time. My turn.
I lost my time, did I? Ooh, this is terrible. I lost my time. Oh my goodness.
But of course.
Oh no, I lost my time.
What you thought was gonna happen? We're gonna sit here and wait for you to answer forever, Satan? We're not gonna wait for you to answer, Satan. Let's just run right over you, just like Jesus ran over you.
Jesus didn't exist.
What? Jesus ran over Satan, and we all know this.
Well, you can believe whatever you like, even if it's totally wrong. I don't hold that against you. Just all you got to do is admit it.
You believe in a Baphomet. You believe in a half man, half woman, half beast.
Do I? Where did I say I believed in a half man, half woman? What are you talking about?
What do you mean? I can show you the symbolism.
Where did I say I believed in half man, half woman? You see, this is the problem with you guys. You make up shit. You make up shit and then you attribute it to somebody else.
You are pro-homosexual. You don't know the difference between right and wrong anymore. You are a product of Aleister Crowley. I know the laws of the Lima.
Bigot.
You are speaking to someone that knows a little bit more than you about your own.
You're a bigot. Sorry. I wish you weren't a bigot, but hell, you are. What can I say?
It's okay, man. Let's just be civil. Like you heard before, you heard the witnessing. I have a huge heart, man. We're just gonna have to be civil here. All they shall speak and say unto thee, art thou also become weak as we? Art thou become like unto us? Thy pomp is brought up down to the grave, and the noise of thy vows, the worms is spread under thee, and the worms covers thee. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down from the ground, which did weaken the nation? For thou hast said in thy heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also in the mount of the congregation, in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the cloud. I will be like the Most High. Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. You are following the wrong doctrine, sir.
Well, let me read you the opening of the Bible that I just picked up. The opening. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, praise be to Allah, the cherisher and sustainer of the worlds, most gracious, most merciful, master of the day of judgment. You do worship. Show us the straight way, the way of those on whom you have bestowed your grace, those whose portion is not wrath, and who go not astray. I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking. You were fucking rude when you interrupted me when I was speaking. Admit it. Admit you were rude.
You are forced not to interrupt, since I am speaking the word of God.
I did not interrupt you when you were speaking. I did not interrupt you when you were speaking.
First of all, you didn't
interrupt me when I was speaking, and I think I deserve to read something else.
Oh, me and you are going to get along, sir.
Uninterrupted.
Hey, what book are you reading from, though?
What do you care? I didn't ask you what book you were reading from. Really?
But you know what book it
Let
was.
not the believers take for friends or helpers unbelievers rather than believers. If any do that, in nothing will there be help from Allah, except by way of precaution that you may guard yourselves from them. But Allah cautions you to remember Himself, for the final goal is to Allah. Say, whether you hide what is in your hearts or reveal it, Allah knows it all. He knows what is in the heavens and what is on earth. And Allah has power over all things. On the day when every soul will be confronted with all the good it has done and all the evil it has done, it will wish there were a great distance between it and its evil. But Allah cautions you to remember himself, and Allah is full of kindness to those that serve him. Say, if you do love Allah, follow me. Allah will love you and forgive you your sins, for Allah is oft forgiving, most merciful. Say, obey Allah and his messenger. But if they turn back, Allah loves not those who reject faith. Aha. Now,
Allah doesn't love you.
Allah doesn't exist.
There you go. I mean, I don't give a fuck about no Allah neither, but it's just the word for, it's the Arabic word for saying the word God. Look, when you tell me, when someone tells me they believe in God,
God says, don't love Jesus, love Allah.
Interesting.
So you're following the wrong God. I hope you know that.
Listen, that
you are being misled by following the wrong God.
It's okay. Are you reading the Quran? Because I don't know unless you confess.
Of course, I'm reading the Quran. What do you think Allah comes from?
The Quran. Who was the Quran was given to Muhammad by one angel?
Gabriel.
There you go. And in my book, it saes that Gabriel gave them the key of the bottomless pit.
So, now, yeah, that might be true, but either way, Gabriel doesn't exist. Angels don't exist. None of this is.
I know there's no half-winged, half-man that exists. Period. But you cannot say that angels doesn't exist since we have. Listen,
because we have no proof. Listen. Moses doesn't exist, Noah doesn't exist, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Jesus don't exist. So how do you expect anything else to exist?
All right, did Caesar exist? Does Christopher Columbus exist? You see what I'm saying? You're gonna have to erase everything, sir.
You're being an idiot now. I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is that
I'm talking Jesus and Allah, and you're bringing in Christopher.
I know that.
What kind of what do you think we're in kindergarten right now?
Huh? Well, kind of. You understand? This is the simplicity.
Your level, but
we're gonna stay in first grade.
Anybody else is thinking that way?
We're gonna stay in first grade until you're able to move to second grade, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
This is the rock. We're gonna stay in the first grade. We're gonna learn our ABCs.
Okay, we'll appoint you professor.
We are gonna learn our ABCs, and we're gonna guide you little by little. By the time I'm done with you, you would be confessing you're Christian, even though you're not.
Okay. Well, what if you're wrong?
If I'm wrong and I'm able to see that I'm wrong, I would change my mind.
So in other words, you might be wrong. You're making some kind of a prediction that could be wrong.
No, Jesus is God.
You said that I'm gonna be preaching Christianity by the time you're done with me. That's what you said.
By the time I'm done with you, in 2 or 3 days, you will be a Christian.
Okay, I want to have somebody witness this so that in 2 or 3 days we can regroup and sort of have a summary.
That's pretty smart.
We'll see if I'm a Christian or if you're an atheist, or if you're a Satanist.
If you want me to show you where the miracle lies, is the fact that you stated that Jesus did something wrong, which is getting angered inside the church. You would have to be alive and existent to do this. Then in the same breath, you said Jesus never existed. So my confession is already given to me.
Dude, are you really that stupid? Are you really that stupid? I got a book in front of me. Hold on a minute. I got a book in front of me. I got a book in front of me with stories. Okay, it's made up. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm talking. Hello. I'm talking. Okay. I've got a book in front of me which has stories in it. Okay. Now the stories are all made up. We can all agree on that. Now, in one of the stories, one of the characters goes into a temple and throws things around. Okay, that's in the story. That's in the story that's made up by humans. I mentioned that to you, and you say to me, because it's in the story, therefore it's real. Therefore it may. Right.
I'll show you the fallacy. I knew you were going to.
See how wrong? You see how crazy you are. You see how convoluted your thinking is.
I get you that you're stating something that's wrong, even in a story that's a lie according to you.
Listen, remember Snow White? Do you remember the
That's fine. All right. Now I want to know.
Those are all stories.
Watch this. What wrong things did Santa Claus do?
I don't know anything about Santa Claus.
Good fucking answer. Good fucking answer because me and you know that Santa Claus doesn't exist. That's what you do with things that don't exist.
Okay, so what do you do? What do you know about Cinderella? What do you know about Cinderella? What do you know? What do you know about Cinderella?
Dude, I have no idea. Come on, man. I don't know.
What the fuck?
Exactly. This guy is he's
What I'm saying
backpedaling. He's in a corner. He doesn't know how to get out of it.
You don't know things about mythology. Like you don't know things about Cinderella. What do you know? What bad things did Cinderella do?
She took it up the ass.
She missed her cabbage. I mean, she missed her pumpkin.
You see, losing your slipper is a bad thing. Oh no, man! Now you're being too super judgmental.
She was late for a pumpkin ride. No,
Peter Pan bent her over.
You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what you do with Jesus. You bring up lies in order to destroy his
exactly. Well, I can say anything I like about Jesus because
God
he's a man-made concept.
That you're just not going to. You might as well just settle, Satan. Settle, relax. You've repented before. You will repent again. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be confessing. Sir.
Armando, going back to our conversation yesterday, both you and I agreed that renunciating the devil, whether it be Lucifer, Satan, or in my case Maha, was not being an atheist. If you renunciated the devil, you were not an atheist. Did we agree on that?
If you renounce the devil, you're not an atheist. Meaning, if you don't accept the devil's ways.
Good. All right.
No. I'm not agreeing with you. I'm trying to restate I can understand what you're saying. You're saying that if you denounce the devil's ways, you are not an atheist?
That's what we talked about yesterday.
Yes. Yeah, we still stand grounded. And look, and I want to make a proof. This guy right here claims to be Satanist, and he is also atheist. I told you that those two are hiding within each other.
But my question is this. If you do renunciate the devil, on the other hand, if you don't believe in Christ, are you still an atheist?
The word you're using, yes, you would be an atheist because Christ would be another word for saying God, the anointed one. I know it's the messenger. It means a bunch of things. But
that doesn't make sense, brother. Because we agreed on yesterday that.
Let me make a strong point. Look,
okay.
The word Christ is given. It's given to him. The people gave him this last name. This is not his last name. This is like you being called Thomas Lumberjack. You know what I mean?
I'm not following you.
Okay, if you cut wood, right, and you build houses, you will be a lumberjack, right?
No, I don't see it that way. I see that as a job, not as me.
Exactly. Your job is placed on as your last name. Can you see this happening?
I really can't, man, because the fabric of my life is not dependent on what I do for a living.
Look, check this out. There's a guy named Mike Hogarth, right? And when he traces his lineage backwards, he was a herder of hogs. So with time, his family's last name is Hogarth, a gathering of hogs.
So what?
Your last name, I'm trying to give you your point. Your last name is consisted with your job. So you would be, let's say if you're a carpenter, it would be Thomas the Carpenter.
All right. So
this is what we did, Jesus the Christ. That's the reason why when Paul speaks about Jesus, he says Christ Jesus.
By your definition, me being a soldier, I am Thomas the Murderer then.
Technically, without lying to you, you would be that.
Even though years after the fact, I've tried to be more.
And I see it in your heart. And help others. Goes away. Yeah, no, and it goes away, sir. It goes away.
And that therein lies the point, because when I renunciated the devil, when I said, Satan, get out of my life, it doesn't necessarily mean that I believe in Jesus. It just it just means that I don't
Get that
want
bad shit off of me, right?
what?
You're saying get all that bad shit from me,
You exactly.
right?
And additionally to help other people.
I mean, that heart of yours was given to you. You trained it, but your foundation is there. Your foundation is there.
What foundation are you talking about?
The foundation of knowing that committing murder is wrong.
Yeah, but that doesn't. I mean, what I'm trying to tell you is that, you know, I believe what you're saying, but I still did that shit, and I've tried to renunciate from the devil and the satanic ways by being more of a thoughtful and compassionate person. Do I have to still drag that atheistic values with me the rest of my life?
If you claim to be atheist, yes. If you,
Well, I don't claim to be that. I mean,
know that.
Our discussion yesterday said that I don't.
And we agree, man. I have no idea why. What's the confusion?
Well, the confusion is this: that
it's the whole Jesus thing. Like, if you don't believe in Jesus,
we have to flip this coin upside down.
Okay,
I mean, I believe that I have sinned in my life, and I've repented, and I've tried to renounce the Satan from my life. Does that mean that all my prior deeds and the fact that I don't believe in Jesus means that I'm damned?
No, it means that no, you repented for your sins, right?
Yes.
I've heard you repent.
Yes.
I've heard you repent. Melissa has heard you repent.
Yes.
You have witnesses here. And that's it. Now, if you repent in meditation,
That doesn't mean, just because I'm Buddhist doesn't mean that I can't repent and still have and still not be an atheist.
man, that whole atheist thing, I'm telling you, it's Satanism hiding in atheism.
Well, we agree on that. I agree with you on that.
So that label is tarnished. That's all. That's my whole point right there.
I think what you're trying to tell me is that I'm tarnished for the rest of my life.
No, as a matter of fact, the contrary. I think you're cleaning. I think you're being cleaned for the rest of your life, and your past life is tarnished.
Well, I hope you're right, man.
If anybody disagree with me, they will be lying. Melissa, do you think Ryder is on a better path than he was in his previous life?
Well, the more important question is, am I damned?
No, I don't. I don't believe that you're damned. No.
Oh, that's two witnesses. Do you want me to get another one?
No, man.
Two should be sufficient. It should be sufficient, you know.
You're not asking me any questions that I don't fucking ask myself every day.
I know, man. Listen, man. I haven't committed murder, but I have lied, and I have stolen things, and I've done a lot of things that's similar to murder. I don't consider myself better than you because I haven't committed
What is
murder.
similar to murder? What do you mean?
Lying. Lying is considered murder spiritually. Yes, it is considered murder. You are killing the soul of the human being by lying to them.
You're weird.
Hey, Jesus compared liars to murderers like they're the same.
Jesus is a myth. Jesus didn't exist.
Well, Satan is a myth, but you call yourself Satanist, right? According to you,
right?
Right. Satan is not a myth to me. I know the spirit of Satan is in you.
Satan doesn't exist. Satan is just a man-made concept.
Hey, you call it man-made. I say I hear the spirit of the devil inside of you.
I say you hear wrong.
Armando, I don't even believe that. I think that Satan.
Hold on. Let's be. I mean, this could be tested and retested, as science says, right? This could be retested. I hear Satan inside of this guy. Now I'm going to ask you: are you a Satanist, sir?
Dum dum da da dum
You
dum
plead
dum.
the fifth, right? Interesting. My answer is yes. Regardless of your answer, you are still answering me because I could hear God speaking.
I agree with most of what you're saying, Armando. But the flip side of my coin is that even though I'm an anti-Satanist, that I've renounced Satan and the devil from my life, and I've tried to live a more compassionate life and help others, that doesn't necessarily mean that just because I don't believe in Jesus Christ, that I'm still damned.
All right. The reason you don't believe in Jesus Christ is because you were born into believing in Jesus Christ and you left him. So it's going to be pretty hard to get him.
No. He left me. He left.
No. That's a lie. That's only a lie.
That's your. You may see it that way, but you haven't.
No.
You
What I'm
haven't
saying
walked
is
in
that
my
you made
boots.
What I'm saying is that you made a decision on not believing in him anymore, even though it was given to you by birth.